am. But the last gig was LA, and I thought, you motherfucker, now you're going to get it. And so I had about 20 people in the audience, and a lot of them were nurses from Cedars-Sinai because I had cancer at the time, and they were my chemo nurses, and they all came down.
You know what's really fucking sad is that Bruce Dickinson is having eggs. Like Sharon Osbourne's chemo treatment nurses are sitting there chucking eggs at you because you're an insufferable piece of shit. Instead of sitting there going, what am I doing with my life? You sit there and it's just like,
And they fucking pelted the shit out of them. Wow, I can't believe she's admitting this. She continued, and my thing is, you play, you pay. And the thing is, if you're being paid to do a gig, but you don't like the person, then fuck off. But don't...
That's exactly my point. You're being paid to do a gig, but you don't like Ozzy Osbourne, then fuck off. That's exactly how I fucking feel, to be honest. Yeah, how many fucking people would love to be signed by Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne? There are so many fucking talented musicians who would love to be signed by Sharon and Ozzy, and it's like, if you don't like what they're producing, then fuck off. I fucking fully agree, dude. I don't care if Ozzy signs my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, take the money. Take all the good that's coming to your band through being on a festival, doing 24 shows, and slagging the person that's paying you. It's like, no, that makes you a fucking asshole. And he is. And he never apologized. He never went up and said...
Exactly my point. You're gonna fucking slag the assholes who are like, hey, you know what? We appreciate the rock and roll and the metal and all that shit. But you're gonna slag somebody because you disagree with Ozzy Osbourne, go fuck yourself.
Hello to Ozzy. The thing about him is that he's just so jealous and always has been of Ozzy, and that's his problem. Because the thing is about Bruce Dickinson, he's hugely successful. He's got a great fan base that has been loyal. The band are great guys. All the band are great, and they do great. You know, they're a great band. You can't take it away, and neither would I take that away from them. But the thing about Bruce is, he is unknown to the public. Bruce Dickinson could walk into anywhere and nobody would know who the fuck he is. Do you know what?
That's gotta suck. When Bruce Dickinson walks into... And if you're doing the whole celebrity thing to get recognized, you're doing it for the wrong reason, mate.
Saying he's a faceless singer to the general public because people aren't scrambling to get him for an interview. And the thing is, he's not interesting. But the thing is, Ozzy is original and Bruce isn't. And that's what eats Bruce away. That is one of the most hardcore interviews I think I have ever read on this channel, to be completely honest with you. That's the thing about Sharon Osbourne, and I know a lot of people don't agree with her here, but if you look at the entire situation, she feels as though he was disrespectful to her husband. She obviously loves...
Exactly my point. Fuck what you have to think. If you were having your other half disrespected, you'd stand up and be like, you know what? Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Very much. And, you know, Bruce is also a legend. I don't know what happened backstage. We don't know whether or not there was some sort of disrespect, but for them to react as strongly as they did against him, it's clear that they felt that he was obviously disrespectful to Ozzy, and you don't really see people as outspoken as the Osbournes are anymore. And that is something.
You don't, because if you're outspoken, you're being seen as some kind of sicko, whatever. Like, it's fucking stupid. If you're sitting there fucking mad because, like, the only option you have. I gotta take a piss.
That Sharon has done well. They have done very well, not just as musicians, but as figures in entertainment, period. She knows how to create buzz. I'm sure when they were giving this interview to Consequence, they knew that this isn't a big interview for them. So, and by the way, they did a fantastic job. So let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Obviously, there are two sides to every story, and Bruce Dickinson doesn't really play into these kind of things.
All right, this fucking dog.
There is clearly no love lost here from the Osbournes, going all the way back to 2005, the way they felt that they were treated by Bruce. So let us know what you think in the comments. And again, if you could take a quick second to hit subscribe, we would really appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
If you're a reader, you are secretly a writer.
Right,
On this course, I'm going to teach you everything.
I love you. Alright, okay, relax. What the fuck are you doing? Alright. Give him an anxiety attack, making him sing. Alright, get to it. Oh, my God. I love you. I love you. Oh. Alright, fuck. He's not feeling it. Everything is looking kind of half decent, so I think we're good. The camera might be a little glitchy, but that's about it. So let me check my camera angle too. Check my fresh. Real shit, man. This is like real cool guy shit. Serious man. I'm a very serious man. Only use raw. Alright, I think we're okay.
Oh, got it here. to make my point.
Damn, Cobra's low as fuck. I'm gonna rewind you, Cobra. Sorry.
Check out. Indeed, it is Easternoth season. Well, not quite. Thanksgiving is next.
You talking about some pagan shit?
But I have new shirts available on Customized Girl, including a funny Christmas t-shirt, which I thought was pretty funny. Got a picture of Santa Claus on the front, and it says, and literally it says, "Where my hose at?" You know what I'm saying? It's, yeah.
Bless you.
But it is the holidays, and I'm looking forward to Thanksgiving, to be honest. Thanksgiving always has really good food. And it's always sad to think about there are people out there who can't afford to have a decent Thanksgiving. You know, so it's all about being thankful this time of year. And I want to say that I'm very thankful for my fans, my family, my friends, my YouTube career, my businesses that I have, my endeavors. And I'm really thankful for this apartment. You have no idea. And for my landlord being a fan of my videos.
Check.
Yeah.
Check.
But I got
Check.
brand new designs
Okay,
on my Customized Girl. I sure do. Like this jean jacket is fucking beautiful.
All right.
I'm not the biggest fan of Christmas.
Do I still have
I
audio?
do enjoy handing out gifts and watching people's reactions when they light up. Like, oh, how thoughtful, you know, and that's as far as it goes. Start drinking already. Well, it's like you read my mind. Check out that merch. If you want a shout out, donate to PayPal, Cash App, you know what's up.
Oh, do I got audio? Do I have audio? Do I have audio? Okay, you have audio, idiot. Alright. My bad.
We'll get to it here in a second, because I do have some Jack Daniels.
I wouldn't mind mic monitoring.
2 shooters of 99
so
proof
fucking
bananas.
loud. I'm sure there was like an
and of course, the
adjuster on there.
lovely and
Turn
ever
it
so
down a little
delicious
bit.
E&J
Whatever.
Peach. And of course, I got some Bang Energy. I bought a 4-pack the other day. It's the watermelon flavor. Before we get into the drinking and the ranting, we're going to do a shout out real quick. Shout out to Dylan. Thank you for your $10 via Cash App. I appreciate it, bud. We'll drink some water and brush your teeth. Yeah. Yo, anything new in PayPal? Let's see. Yo, shout out to Inspector Bluer. Dude, have you heard this Aussie cover of the Bee Gees Staying Alive? It's really good. Would love to hear you cover with a dark twist like Ozman himself. Sending you a care package in about a week. Fuck yeah. Speaking of Ozzy Osbourne, oh jeez. Sharon Osbourne goes off on a wild rant about this absolute fucking disgusting asshole, ungrateful piece of shit by the name of Bruce Dickinson. If you don't know who Bruce Dickinson is, he's the fucking lead singer for Iron Maiden, which they're a good band, don't get me wrong, but at the time, when this shit all started back in 2005, Sharon at the time had cancer, and thank God she beat it. In my honest opinion, Sharon's a very strong woman. She's survived cancer, she's survived COVID, she's just as tough as Ozzy. So, Bruce Dickinson and his band have not performed for anyone in like 10 years, and then Sharon and Ozzy reach out and they're like, hey man, you wanna tour with us on Ozfest? And even though Bruce Dickinson hates Ozzy for some ungodly reason, he said yes. And he basically spent the whole tour trash-talking Ozzy Osbourne on stage. And at some point you think to yourself, okay, at the time when Sharon had cancer, you think to yourself, okay, this woman has cancer, she's going through chemo, and your band hasn't performed in like 10 fucking years. You could be a little bit more fucking grateful, dude. And I'm not just saying that because I'm Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, and Ozzy and Sharon are my favorite Hollywood couple. I'm being genuinely sincere here. You know how many metal musicians would kill to perform at Ozfest? You know what I'm saying? But, we're gonna watch this video and make ourselves a drink combo. We tried I call it the smashed watermelon, when you mix Bang watermelon energy drink with Jack Daniels. Pretty tasty. We're gonna try something a little different. Ooh yeah, that's the stuff. Okay, if you're not Ozzy's biggest fan, that's your take, I guess, but this has been going on for they had like 20 some odd tours, and the last tour was in Los Angeles, and Sharon had enough of it, because this dude, Bruce Dickinson, oddly fitting last name because he's not a prick, he's an asshole. Ooh, peach flavored Jack Daniels. Woohoo! Actually, that is fucking delicious by itself. You got Jack Daniels, old number 7, mixed with some E&J Peach, my favorite whiskey and my favorite brandy. Oh, fuck. A smooth move. It's alright. My phone came off the charger when I dropped the bottle and it smacked the edge of the desk and the phone went kaboosh off. We're good. So we got the case on it. Awesome sauce. I got this phone case at My Custom Case that they're based out in Los Angeles. I did an unboxing of it when I got my phone. No, dude, I side with Sharon and Ozzy on this 100%, and I'm not just saying that because I'm Ozzy's one of his biggest fans, you know. You know how many fucking musicians would kill to perform at Ozfest? You know how many musicians would sell their soul to Satan to perform at Ozfest? You know what I'm saying? I already sold my soul to Satan for demonic power and to get better at my music. And it worked. Power is something more than just, oh, you wave a wand and cast a spell. There's different ways to display it, kind of thing, but that's neither here nor there. I want to add like 2 shooters of 99 proof bananas just for shits and giggles. Ozzy Osbourne and all this other shit. There's some shit going down with J.K. Rowling too. We're gonna get into that as well. But even if Sharon didn't have cancer at the time of this incident popping off, you think you'd be a little bit more grateful. And I cannot stress this enough, dude. I'm also very from deathbed tapes. You know what I'm saying? It's cool when life works out like that.
Recently, Iron Maiden has been in the...
So here we go. We got some Jack Daniels, old number 7. We got 2 99 proof bananas and a splash of E&J peach. Peaches and bananas. And smoking the sweet leaf, you know, the
My bad.
circle, the green smoke.
Posting the link to my fucking
black flame to light my green smoke.
IG.
It's my cult saying. I love it. And he didn't like the smell of marijuana, so of course he had to say something about it. And it's just like, dude, you're at a fucking concert, metal and rock concert. You're gonna see people smoking pot, doing drugs, drinking alcohol, all of the above. And there's nothing wrong with drugs as long as you're responsible with it, you know. It's just a time and a place kind of thing. I love doing cocaine, but I don't want to make a habit out of it, so I don't do it all the time. Once, very rarely, in a blue moon, I'll get some of that booger sugar, and, you know what I'm saying?
Fuck yeah, cobes.
But cocaine is so fucking expensive, and it's so goddamn stepped on in this town that it's honestly not worth it. That's why I mainly stick to alcohol and cannabis. Right. Now, I smoke cannabis for my Asperger's. It's great. I'm sure, I know for a fact Ozzy occasionally fires up, you know, and I'm just saying, like, after his neck surgery and the Parkinson's disease and all that shit, you know, maybe Ozzy smokes weed to, like, take the pain away from his surgery and his Parkinson's and all that. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Him and, you know, Sharon and Ozzy both actually smoke pot on occasion. I'm telling you right now, couples who smoke together stay together. Yeah. So let's hear what Mr. Bruce Dickinson has to say about this. And who the fuck has a problem with marijuana anymore? It's 2022, dude. You know? I personally think all drugs should be legal, regulated, and taxed, but that's just my opinion, and that may sound controversial, but if people are having a problem with drugs and they're a non-violent drug offender, you should throw them in treatment instead of throwing them in jail. There are people out there who do heinous shit that belong in jail, to be honest. Some asshole snorting a line of cocaine, pops a couple of shrooms, does like 2 tabs of acid, and then spends the entire night smoking cannabis and playing, you know, fucking Call of Duty or whatever, playing video games. They're not hurting anyone, you know? So that they fry their brain for a couple hours. Ooh. It's the war on drugs is so fucking hypocritical. Don't get me fucking started. You falsely diagnose some poor parent's kid with ADHD so you can have an excuse to dope them up on prescription drugs. So then when they get to high school, you can say, don't smoke pot, kids. It's a gateway drug. I'll tell you what's a gateway drug, the lies they spread about cannabis. Because once you try weed, you're just like, man, this ain't so bad. Fuck, I actually feel euphoric. What else have they lied to me? You know, that's what I'm saying. Growing up in the 90s, that's how it was, man. Growing up as a 90s baby, that's how it is. They lied to you about cannabis. They're like, don't smoke the devil's lettuce, kids. It's a gateway drug. I'm like, what the fuck is marijuana a gateway drug to, man? Taco Bell? Get the fuck out of here. Bro. I'm serious. Like, that's how it is. Marijuana is a gateway drug to what? A good time? Shit. Shit, man, we might get legal weed here in Wyoming soon. I voted for Governor Gordon because he said he wanted to legalize weed and cannabis in Wyoming. We have like CBD and Delta 8 in the state started making some heavy money off these dispensaries. Hint, hint. You know, a All of a sudden, they're looking at all the money they're making off these marijuana dispensaries here in town. You can legally walk into any one of these places now and buy a little glass marijuana pipe. As long as you're using it for CBD, they don't care. You can walk down the street fucking puffing on it. No one's going to say shit. Except, hey, that smells good. Let me hit that. Like, okay, if you're allergic to marijuana, that's got to suck ass, and that's why you don't like the smell of it. That's understandable, but Bruce Dickinson was just being a dick,
I got fucking
as his last name
super
implies.
faded yesterday and passed out with a pizza in the oven, and luckily the vent fan was on, so none of the alarms went off, but I smell like fire still, so I'm gonna take a quick shower. I'm just gonna leave the stream on and let y'all watch Cobes.
Don't get me wrong, it'd be fucking amazing, but yeah, you know. I've spoke on length about this. I'm like, what's in it for Sharon and Ozzy, dude? You know, people are starting to recognize King Cobra. Shit. Excuse me. No affiliate to the 80s band with a similar name, but they spell theirs with a K. But yeah, dude, that's just the thing. It's the business mentality. You got to think what's in it for them, you know. I don't want Ozzy Osbourne to sign me just because I'm one of his biggest fans. You know, it's one of those things where if I had like 1 million subscribers and I put out a couple albums and I perfected my sound, you know, you got to look at it from a business perspective. But going back to Bruce Dickinson, piece of shit. Okay, could you imagine if Ozzy Osbourne signed you for Ozfest and you were literally on stage every night trash talking Ozzy? Who fucking does that? You know, if I was at Ozfest, even if the band wasn't my cup of tea,
grinding on this scuff
I'd go up
fucking
on stage and I'd be like, hey, you know what?
This stream will be good though.
Sharon and Ozzy for continuing this amazing
we're doing PC capture.
tradition of Ozfest.
As much as I want to game or whatever,
thank you to everyone for attending
we're just
the
gonna
concert.
do a chill,
and a big thanks to all the awesome bands that came out to perform,
smoke
keeping
some bowls,
Ozzy's legacy
maybe
alive, man. That's what's up.
Possibly hop on FL for a little while.
You know, and that's how you
I don't know.
do
I think
it.
my homeboy said he might try to
so
come back later or
I'm
something.
grateful for whatever little fame that I do have, mind you.
I might just
I'm not as
tell
famous
him,
as
take a rain
Ozzy
check or
Osbourne.
whatever.
Someday I
and
will
on
be.
today, and I want to
That's
just
the
chill,
goal, you know.
mess around on FL a little
world's
bit.
biggest fan, like I said.
Shop
you
some other
could be
computers
fucking
before I break
grateful
this one
prior
down
to
and
this Iron
set it to
Maiden
factory or whatever and get that
at
set up.
Ozfest when all this
So I can
shit
get my money
went
back
down.
for it.
His band hadn't performed in 10 fucking years. Could you imagine, YouTube?
Yeah.
Could you fucking imagine?
Minute rinse off.
I mean, Ozzy hasn't performed live very often, like on and off in the last couple of years. And Ozzy misses it more than he misses drugs, to be honest. I can see it in his eyes. He's like, oh, dude. I can't begin to imagine. I get a little rush when I go live. I don't have to be on cannabis or alcohol to appreciate it. Just I get like 300-400 views on YouTube watching me live, and it's like, ooh, I feel it, dude. You know, people get stoked. Like, it's Cobra. But yeah, we're gonna watch this rock feed video. We'll go back and see what Sharon has to say about it, and then we'll talk about J.K. Rowling. The Fantastic Beasts movies are getting canceled because J.K. Rowling's being labeled as a transphobe. She has literally said nothing bad about trans people. These people who identify as women and then get pissed off because J.K. Rowling stands up and says, fuck that prick in Scotland and fuck Scotland's new law kind of thing. You already heard me talk about this. Scotland passed a law that says if a criminal identifies as the opposite sex, then because Scotland is progressive and they support trans rights, then that asshole gets to be put into a female prison if they identify as such. And it's fucking stupid because if a dude rapes like 4 women, fuck rape, by the way, if a woman is raped and then her rapist identifies as female, even though he's a dude, and without getting his Johnson or the tits or any of it, without doing the whole Blair White thing, the dude's being thrown into a female prison surrounded by other vulnerable women. You know, that would be like if some asshole identified as trans age and that fucking asshole did some nasty shit to kids and then demanded to be thrown into a juvenile detention center because they're trans age. And I'm like, that's the, you know, you never see that crap. Fuck sickos, dude. And that's the thing of it. I'm all for like trans people having more rights, but sometimes there are assholes who they take advantage of it and they go too far with it, dude. You know, back in my day, if you wanted to change in the female locker room, you had to have lady bits. You know? Like, hey, you know what? You either give these people their own fucking separate locker room, or it's like you cannot use the female locker room until you're fully transitioned. I'm sorry, but that's just how I fucking feel about it, dude. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? Yes. Like, at some point, it's like, okay, not every woman or man that is cisgendered is going to be some kind of, I hate that negative stereotype too, that, you know, if you're cisgendered, you're automatically some kind of phobe or bigot or whatever, or sexist, and I'm just like, ugh. Like, if women feel uncomfortable in the locker room because there's a legitimate dude changing in the locker room and he gets away with it because he says he's trans, and if women call it out for like what it is, they get labeled some kind of phobe. And it's like, hey, you know what? If somebody wants to chop their dick off, turn their ball sack inside out, and have it stapled together, they literally slice your dick and ball sack in half, rip off the mushroom head, rip off your testicles, and then your penis becomes a vaginal tube. And then they staple you and sew you back up. Ouch. No, thank you. No, I totally support trans rights, man, but there's a line you shouldn't be allowed to cross. Like, if kids identify as trans and they want to cross-dress and go by pronouns, let them do it, man. But if they want the surgery, they should have to wait till they're 18 or older. Okay, if kids are not allowed to consent to sex, then they shouldn't be allowed to consent to changing it. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. There are so many health consequences to preventing kids from going through puberty as their natural assigned gender. And the majority of today's kids are just confused because they're having this whole transgender ideology shoved down their throats. Rather than letting it, you know, growing up when I was a kid, I had classmates who were gay, you know, and I didn't mind it one bit. I just didn't care, to be honest. You go to the teen center, as it's called in Valley City or what have you, you know what I'm saying? And you see like two chicks dancing with each other and you're like, yeah. I'm like, I like watching girl on girl action, so I didn't see a problem with it. And it's like, you know what? That's why I support men who want to do it too, because as long as you ain't a sicko, who cares? It's one thing for kids to hook up with other kids, but you know what I'm saying? As long as it doesn't cross that line, or like adults hooking up with other adults. It should never be either or at the same time. No, fuck pedophilia, dude. That shit's gross. Kids are more precious than rock and roll, to be honest. That's how I see it. And it's frustrating because you got people trying to normalize pedophilia because some asshole's allowed to chop off their dick and call themselves a female. And I'm like, look, there's a difference, dude. That is a grown-ass adult consenting to change their body. Kids are not mature enough to handle sex, man. They're really not. Plus, they don't have boobs. You can't take them out for a pint of beer. The fuck? Like, okay, when I was a kid, yeah, I crushed on cartoon characters. But that's as far as it goes for kids in that area, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up watching Freakazoid, Cobra Queen, rawr. I also grew up watching Sailor Pluto because back in the day when I was a kid, a kid watching chicks in miniskirts, like I knew I was straight when I was younger, but like I didn't fully understand the maturity of it until I became an adult. You know what I'm saying? Like I had some hot teachers, female teachers growing up, and it's like I'm grateful they didn't touch me back in the day because I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Oh, that's right. It's not creepy when female teachers do it. Fuck off. Okay, so Bruce Dickinson, circle back to that. Fuck pedophiles and power to the people. Bruce Dickinson was throwing a little fit because some people were smoking pot near the stage. I'm like, dude, that's what you do when you're at a fucking rock or metal concert, man. You smoke the Mary Jane. And if you're old enough, you get some liquor too. That's what I did when I saw Ozzy Osbourne perform in Denver, Colorado before he canceled his last 4 shows and got that staph infection in his hand. Then he got COVID. Then he beat COVID. Then he had a surgery in his neck. Dude, Ozzy's had a fucking rough couple of years, dude. I'm feeling for him right now. But Ozzy's tough. He'll get through this, man. He always does. If Ozzy Osbourne can survive doing every drug on the fucking known God's green earth, whatever the fuck, Satan's green earth, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, It is what it is, though. Like, that concert was amazing. I just barely made it to see Ozzy perform. I missed the first half of the show. I didn't care. Ozzy's opener was a good band. I forget which band it was, but I got to see Ozzy perform a second time, and it was so fucking awesome. It was at the Pepsi Center in Denver, Colorado, and right next to the Pepsi Center, big-ass clock tower, dude. Ridiculous. I get out of the Ozzy Osbourne concert after smoking weed in the audience out of my tobacco pipe and slamming Jack Daniels and Pepsi. I had a double shot of Jack and Pepsi. Drinks at concerts are fucking expensive. I had enough for just one, and I was so grateful, dude. I got a couple T-shirts, and then I walked outside of the concert, pulled out a joint I bought from the dispensary, and fucking fired that bitch up, and nobody stopped me. I did not expect to get recognized at the concert, but I took the escalator up to the second floor where my seat was at. Someone shouted, "Gothic King Cobra, now it's a party." And I was like, But yeah, circling back to this Bruce Dickinson asshole, it's like, dude, okay, you want to gripe about the marijuana smell at a fucking rock concert? That's petty and stupid. But attacking Ozzy Osbourne after him and his wife gave you a shot, dude, that's what pisses me off. The fact that at the time, in 2005, mind you, Sharon Osbourne had cancer in 2005 and she beat it. That's what's up. But freaking, yeah, Bruce Dickinson was going on stage and trashing Ozzy. I'm like, you fucking prick. At that time, his band had not performed in 10 fucking years. And it's like, what are you too good for an Ozfest show? Go fuck yourself, dude. And, karma's a bitch. I'm going to say that right now. And Sharon had enough of it, dude. She was just like, man, fuck this asshole. I should have never hired his band. And it's not his band. Even his bandmates are like, hey, we want to apologize for our singer being a douchebag. Yeah, Bruce Dickinson trashing Ozzy Osbourne after him and his wife graciously allowed them to perform at Ozfest. That is literally the equivalent of Justin Bieber spitting on his fans. Like, the fuck? And the dude, you know what kills me about Justin Bieber? He calls himself a fucking metalhead. And I'm like, bitch, please. If you were a fucking metalhead, you would have started off in the metal industry. Selling sex to underage girls is not exactly difficult, but I know because when I was a kid, I thought Britney Spears was hot, and I still do. Like, Britney Spears, oh yeah, dude. People are just sitting there freaking out because Britney Spears is posting naked pictures of herself on Instagram, and I'm like, you don't see me complaining. Like, oh my God, Britney's having another mental breakdown. Like, no, she's not. Have you seen Instagram? It's nothing but chicks that are like practically naked anyways. Advertising for their OnlyFans be like, and I'm like, my only complaint with the Britney Spears doing naked pictures on Instagram was that they were censored. I'm like, aww. But you think Bruce Dickinson would have been a bit more grateful if your band, if I was famous enough to do concerts like Iron Maiden does, and I hadn't performed in 10 years, and I got a taste of that rush, that, you know, the look in Ozzy's eye when he talks about performing, it's just the twinkle of a rock star. It's like, yeah, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck off with this Bruce Dickinson bullshit. Sharon legitimately had her chemo nurses sneak in a bunch of eggs, and they're like, okay, Brucey, you've had enough, bud. You're a fucking little cunt. Okay, Iron Maiden ain't shit compared to Black Sabbath, mate, so fuck off, you wanker scabbing cunt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally tell Bruce Dickinson to go suck the Queen's minge for all I care. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck off. Fuck's that goes. And I'm like, you know, on top of everything else, it's like, even with Sharon going through cancer at the time and chemo treatment, you think you'd be a little bit more fucking grateful, like, oh, hey. But I'm ranting. Hold up, let's...
He said he couldn't stand the smell and it was disruptive to the performance. And
oh my fucking God. You hate the smell of weed and it was disruptive to the performance. You're out of...
Oh my God.
I'm not even 17 seconds into the video and I already want to fucking punch Bruce Dickinson in the fucking face. You ungrateful fucking wanker. Like I said, dude, if Bruce Dickinson's an enemy of Ozzy and Sharon, he's definitely not my cup of tea, dude.
Enemy
Fuck this
of
wanker.
Mine.
Poison Ivy from Batman, you know, the adult version, yeah.
Member of the band also felt the same way, and this raised some eyebrows with people who like to smoke weed. So now a years-long feud between apparently Sharon and Ozzy and Iron Maiden is now blown wide back open, with Sharon Osbourne referring to Bruce Dickinson as a fucking asshole in a brand new interview, also asserting that he was jealous of Ozzy. Sharon does not hold back in her public comments, and so we're going to get right into that.
You shouldn't have to. You know, you're attacking Ozzy Osbourne. That's too goddamn far. People are accusing Sharon of being a racist. And I'm like, well, that's your opinion, I guess. Whatever. But then they started sending Ozzy and Sharon death threats. And attacking Ozzy Osbourne. And I'm like, nope, too far. If your problem is with his wife, then, you know, send her an angry email and bitch about it on social media and then be done with it. You know what I'm saying? spoken as somebody who's had death threats. Like, I was swatted by the Casper Police Department. They haven't caught the asshole who did it to me as far as I know, but they will catch him. It's fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, you try to be all, like, macho badass. Like, nice guns, officers, but I'll admit, I was scared as shit, man. I had, like, 40 AR-15s pointed at my fucking face and body. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I'm on YouTube doing a review for Taco Time that my fans sent me. You know, I'll be eating some ramen noodles with some chicken after this video, because that's how it goes. And people have told me to fucking kill myself on top of it. It's just, I get these fucking text messages where the trolls are like, hey, Cobra, kill yourself. And I'm like, you know, living is just a slow way to commit suicide. And I text my trolls back, you first. I want to see the light leave your eyes. I'll be smoking a blunt and jacking off while I watch my trolls kill themselves. And then when they're fucking dead, I want to fuck their mother on top of their grave. At some point, they're like, you know what? Cobra's got some fucking issues, but he has it under control. What am I doing with my life? All the trolling does is make me more famous. And all it does is get people to feel sorry for me. Because it's like, Cobra is super autistic. This is kind of fucked up what they're doing. Bruce Dickinson is a piece of shit, and my trolls are pathetic. But what else is new, right?
What are you doing, camera?
Take off my actual glasses, get more into character here. Hold up. Rock and roll!
Before we get started, I truly want to thank each and every one of you that regularly tune into Rockfeed. You have no idea how much that means to us. We have,
man, you know, the adult version, yeah.
member of the band also felt the same way, and this raised some eyebrows with people who like to smoke weed. So now a years-long feud between apparently Sharon and Ozzy and Iron Maiden is now blown wide back open, with Sharon Osbourne referring to Bruce Dickinson as a fucking asshole in a brand new interview, also asserting that he was jealous of Ozzy. Sharon does not hold back in her public comments, and so we're going to get right into that.
You shouldn't have to. You know, you're attacking Ozzy Osbourne. That's too goddamn far. People are accusing Sharon of being a racist. And I'm like, well, that's your opinion, I guess. Whatever. But then they started sending Ozzy and Sharon death threats. And attacking Ozzy Osbourne. And I'm like, nope, too far. If your problem is with his wife, then, you know, send her an angry email and bitch about it on social media and then be done with it. You know what I'm saying? As spoken as somebody who's had death threats. Like, I was swatted by the Casper Police Department. They haven't caught the asshole who did it to me as far as I know, but they will catch him.
What the fuck?
It's fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, you try to be all, like, macho badass. Like, nice guns, officers, but I'll admit, I was scared as shit, man. I had like 40 AR-15s pointed at my fucking face and body. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I'm on YouTube doing a review for Taco Time that my fans sent me. You know, I'll be eating some ramen noodles with some chicken after this video, because that's how it goes. And people have told me to fucking kill myself on top of it. It's just, I get these fucking text messages where the trolls are like, hey, Cobra, kill yourself. And I'm like, you know, living is just a slow way to commit suicide. And I text my trolls back, you first. I want to see the light leave your eyes. I'll be smoking a blunt and jacking off while I watch my trolls kill themselves. And then when they're fucking dead, I want to fuck their mother on top of their grave. At some point, they're like, you know what? Cobra's got some fucking issues, but he has it under control. What am I doing with my life? All the trolling does is make me more famous. And all it does is get people to feel sorry for me. Because it's like, Cobra is super autistic. This is kind of fucked up what they're doing. Bruce Dickinson is a piece of shit, and my trolls are pathetic, but what else is new, right? Take off my actual glasses, get more into character here. Hold up. Rock and roll!
Before we get started, I truly want to thank each and every one of you that regularly tune into Rockfeed. You have no idea how much that means to us. We have a lot of returning viewers. If you could just take a quick second.
And yeah, check out the customized girl. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Christmas, there are a lot of people who celebrate it. And Christmas can be really depressing, so I made a funny t-shirt. It's got Santa Claus on the front, and it says, "Where my hoes at? Where are my hoes at?" And on the back, it's got some Christmas bells, and it says, "Jingle my bells." You know, it's obnoxious without crossing the line.
And hit that subscribe button, you would be directly supporting this channel. The feud between Bruce...
You know, that's what pisses me off about Christmas. People are so fucking greedy this time of year, and then on top of that, you can't even enjoy Halloween, because it's like, you go to Walmart, and the Christmas decorations are already out, and it's not even Halloween yet, you know. Like, could you wait till after Thanksgiving to do that? That's all I'm asking. Because you gotta think about all, like, the Jewish people, or like the Muslims, or people who don't celebrate it, you know. It shows you that Christianity has way too much control in our society.
Dickinson and Sharon Osbourne actually goes back a good while to 2005. It all went down when Iron Maiden was on Ozfest that year, and everything came to a head during their final performance on the tour. It's actually pretty unbelievable, and this incident is known as the Eggfest incident. And it happened when Iron Maiden was getting ready to take the stage. And prior to their performance...
Now, if Sharon just randomly out of fucking nowhere decided, you know what, fuck this Bruce Dickinson asshole and start throwing eggs at him, fine. That would have been fucked off. But Bruce Dickinson would go on stage at Ozfest and trash Ozzy Osbourne every night. Just sit there and talk shit on him. And I'm like, what a fucking cunt. An absolute male cunt, dude. You know how many musicians, including myself, would just... I'd love to perform at Ozfest, man. If I could, like, one of my albums gets really big and people are just like, hey, I dig Cobra sound, you know. My general sound is like Satan's Bell, where it's like layered vocals, the power metal, the Danny Phil shrieking, a little bit of Ozzy, you know. It's like if Ozzy Osbourne, Cradle of Filth, and Hammerfall made an album together, you know. But yeah, Bruce Dickinson can fuck off.
Unknown voice came through the PA system to the crowd and began chanting, "Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy." Iron Maiden then took the stage, and during their set, people were throwing eggs, ice, and bottle caps at them from the crowd. With Bruce Dickinson...
Should have been talking shit on Ozzy. That's what you get, you little fucking cunt. That's what you fucking get, you miserable fucking jealous wanker scabbing human excuse piece of shit. I don't know. Speaking as a musician myself who's trying to get out there and get my shit noticed, you know, it's just one of those things where I'm like, dude, if you were like as famous as Iron Maiden and you haven't performed in 10 years, you think to yourself, yeah, you know, I miss it. So then you'd want to continue performing kind of thing. And then out of nowhere, it's not your own personal tour, but like, you know, you haven't performed in 10 fucking years. You'd still be grateful for the opportunity. You don't see Ozzy Osbourne complaining when the NFL is just like, hey, Ozzy, could you perform for us live at an NFL game? Fuck yeah. You don't see Ozzy complaining when Birmingham, England has him for a performance. That's what happens with a lot of good musicians. They get an ego, and You know, I've always told myself, I don't give a fuck how famous I become. I'm never letting my fame go to my head, and I refuse to let my trolls get to me. My trolls are too lazy to put out their own music and have their own idols and just do their thing, you know. People are just like, hey, Cobra, you're awesome, man. Keep doing your thing. And like, you know it. Like, there's just so many fucking messed up. Like, at the time, Sharon had cancer and she was getting over it. And on top of that, it's like, you haven't performed in 10 years. So you think you'd be a little bit more fucking grateful. You would have been like, hey, you know what? I hope Sharon beats it kind of thing. And shout out to all the awesome musicians who came out to perform with me. That's how I would have handled it. But instead, no. What does he do? And I'm like, okay, you know, at some point, talking to the person is not going to do anything. So, yeah, Sharon hired a little exact revenge. See what I did there? I made a joke. Exact. She exact. And, you know, that's just the thing of it. If I would have had people throwing eggs at me on stage, I would have made a joke about it and continued performing. But he got so pissed. And I'm like, well, what do you expect? You ungrateful, talentless hack piece of shit. Ozzy Osbourne gives you a chance to go tour with him on Ozfest. And instead of being like, hey, you know what? My bandmates and me haven't performed in 10 years. Thank you, Sharon and Ozzy, for the opportunity. This means a lot. You know, they got to nitpick it. Oh, boy. I got to stop ranting and just play the video.
Apparently encouraging people in the crowd to break the arms of the perpetrators in the audience. Then at a different point during Iron Maiden's set, when Bruce Dickinson waves the British flag around on stage, an individual appeared at stage left wearing a t-shirt that said "Don't fuck with Ozzy" and was waving an American flag around.
Yeah! Speaking of the British flag, I have a cheeky little t-shirt on my customized girl. It features Big Ben the clock tower, and it says, Prince Andrew is a nasty wanker. On the back, it's got a pentagram, and it says, God save the Queen. Because Prince Andrew was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. That's fucking gross. And on top of that, when they called him out on it, they're like, he was like, it's all bullshit. But then they pull up a photo of him hanging out with his victim when she was underage. And on top of that, it's like, it wasn't photoshopped because they held up a physical photo from the 80s. And I'm like, dude, that's disgusting. Dude, that's the nail in your fucking coffin, you asshole. That's precisely why the Queen was like, no. The other one's going to take the throne with his wife. And you, sir, can fuck off. I think the only reason Queen Elizabeth fucking paid for her son's court fees is because you're a mother. And when you're a mother, you care about your children no matter how bad they fuck up. And that's, you know, that's the nature of it, I guess. But I'm like, that's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? I fucking hate pedophiles, dude, more than I love rock and roll. It's just, you know, I don't understand, because I was a kid once, so I don't understand the attraction to that. You know what I'm saying? It's just how I feel, to be honest. I remember being a kid and I had a Britney Spears poster in my fucking room and I'd make out with it because I hadn't had my first kiss yet. I didn't get my first kiss until I was a senior in high school, mind you, and I was ditching gym class, listening to Cradle of Filth, smoking Salem full-flavored 100s. And two homeschool chicks came by and I managed to get my first kiss that day. That was glorious. She might have felt sorry for me, but I'll take it, you know, I might get rejected by every chick I like, but that doesn't stop me from talking to the ladies. There's a way you gotta do it, though, you know what I'm saying? You rock your tactical soap, and you wait patiently, and you play it cool, you know? Because women say they want it, as badly as men do until they get it. And it's like, I only wanted to be held, to quote Andrew Dice Clay. I watched, speaking of stand up comedians, I watched this Amy Schumer chick. She did this stand up routine back in like 2009 or some shit. And she was making jokes about women getting raped at college. And I was not laughing. I'm like, you want to call me a sexist for not laughing at that? Go ahead. That's what kills me about society. Is like, if you don't think Amy Schumer's funny, you're a sexist. I'm like, it just depends on the satire, because there's nothing funny about rape. And the fact that you have a woman making jokes about that when there are so many women who bitch about what pigs men are, it rubbed me the wrong way, And I'm like, I couldn't watch it, to be honest. I exited out of that YouTube video. I was like, fuck that shit. Having a drink combo, we got some Jack Daniels, 99 proof bananas, and of course the ever so lovely E&J Peach. E&J has been made since the 70s. But Jack Daniels, oh, I love my Jack. Jameson, Jack, number 7. I like whiskey in general. It's my favorite. And I don't have any like chaser in this. This is all just solid alcohol. I'm sipping on it like, oh, this is delicious. I'm like, Andrew Dice Clay, the comedian with his greased up, slick back hair. Hickory dickory dock, Andrew Dice Clay is the shit. He's one of my favorite comedians. But some of the shit he'd say is so degrading to women, yes. But what's really fucked up is that when Amy Schumer is more degrading to women than Andrew Dice Clay is, and if you don't laugh at it, you're a sexist. I'm like, has the fucking world gone mad?
At that point, he was quickly removed by Iron Maiden's team. And then, according to reporting...
Okay, so some crazy Ozzy Osbourne fan went up near the stage with an American flag t-shirt that said, "Don't fuck with Ozzy." And then it triggered Iron Maiden to the point where they're just like, security! Like when Justin Bieber was having water bottles chucked at him on concert, and he just said, fuck this, I'm done. Fuck that, dude. People pay good money to see your fucking annoying ass perform, So it's like you could have some respect for your fans. I love my fans as much as I love Ozzy Osbourne, to be honest, because I would not have a career in YouTube and my music without my fans. You heard my Eminem remake of Without King Cobra, and it literally says, fuck the trolls, the fans are where it's at. That's exactly how I feel about it, So personally, I'd like to thank my trolls for watching my videos and making me more famous and getting people to feel sorry for me, because Cobra's getting bullied on the internet. Wah. Like, bitch, I grew up getting bullied by everyone, I grew up getting rejected by every chick I liked, getting bullied by everyone that I know, and I still don't give a fuck, dude. It's the truth.
MTV at the time, the PA system conveniently cut off during 3 of Iron Maiden's biggest songs, leaving Bruce Dickinson without access to a mic.
That's fucking hilarious. On top of the fans, for Ozzy and what have you, the PA system cut out. It's like, well, that's convenient. See, even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, you shouldn't fuck with him, because that dude is more legend than I will ever be in my entire life. He's like my John Lennon and my Lemmy Kilmister, I look up to him like that, like the way Ozzy looks up to John Lennon, kind of thing. If I live to be like 73, 74, people are going to be like, Cobra, what you listening to? I'm like, I still listen to Ozzy Osbourne and Cradle of Filth, Speaking of Cradle of Filth, dude, I love these. I got 4 tattoos. Got my cobra with the pot leaves. There's a pentagram on the cobra's head, a little satanic star right there. I got my Aussie knuckles, I got my cobra gram, and I got my Cradle of Filth tattoo. I'm very happy with the tattoos I have. People are like, "You're gonna get more tattoos?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I plan on it." And the Monster, the energy drink company Monster with that green M you see on the front of the cans. I want the green M right there. And I want to get like a Deathly Hallows Harry Potter symbol right here where the triangle goes down like that. And then right here, I want to do a fucking dark mark, like Voldemort's skull and snake symbol. But the snake is like a hooded monocled cobra from like the top view where you just see in the back of the hood kind of thing. But, and then I want to get demon wings tattooed on my back. But tattoos are expensive. They really are. Get some like black light tattooed ink right here and get an all-seeing eye with the lines and the pyramids and the little eye right there. It'd be super detailed, but like it'd only show up when like I'm at a club and then the black light pops off and they're like, you know what I'm saying?
Nobody could hear what was going on, and this occurred while they were performing.
Now, if Bruce Dickinson was not dogging on Ozzy Osbourne the whole time, I would have been like, okay, that's an unfair break, mate. But, dude, what the fuck do you expect? You're at Ozfest. You're at Ozfest. Every night you go on stage.
Sorry,
and
I'm fixing that
what
fucking face tracking thing. I don't like it. I'm turning it off.
People are going to get sick of it. It's just like when my fans are watching me do YouTube and they're just like, I'm sick of Cobra being bullied and harassed. And when my fans get sick of it, I'm not going to be responsible for the loyalty that my fans have to me, to be honest. So I totally get it to some extent,
Run to the hills, hallowed be thy name, and number of the beast.
Hallowed be thy name. The first time I heard that song, it was from Cradle of Filth, ironically. It was an Iron Maiden remake. Hallowed be thy name. Okay, no, that didn't. Mm-mm. Okay, there we go. Fucking, yeah. Bust out a shriek. Whoops. It took a couple of years of like self-training my vocals to sing like that. I had no singing voice lessons, just listening on like various YouTube tutorials on how to like throat sing like that. And then like I made it a goal, dude, to be able to shriek like Danny Filth and be like, that'd be fucking legendary. And now I can actually do it. It's a little raspy, but there you go. Like I go ham on it, dude, especially with Satan's Bell. I really like Satan's Bell. That's one of my newer albums, and I like the way it turned out. Yeah.
Bruce Dickinson could be heard apparently accusing festival organizers of intentionally shutting that PA system off.
Well, what do you expect? I mean, like, sincerely, you want to compare apples to oranges. Justin Bieber gets signed by a black musician and then starts making racist jokes about black people. And it's like, what? That's literally what you're doing. That's like the equivalent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you haven't performed in 10 years and you're itching for, like, to get up on stage and like play your music, and that's the thing of it. You don't need a concert to perform your music. Like there's times where I don't even go on YouTube and I'll just sit here and plug in my guitar and turn on my amp and I'll play guitar off camera because I love to play guitar. I really do. It's great. Like if I'm having a shit day, fucking shred some shit,
Also wondered aloud how people were able to sneak cartons of eggs past Ozfest security. Dickinson also reportedly said at the time
because the people who were throwing the eggs were Sharon's chemotherapists. Like, it's the fact that Sharon had cancer at one point and you didn't look upon yourself to be like, oh, hey, Ozzy and Sharon are giving me an opportunity to continue my career kind of thing. And instead of being a little bit more grateful and being like, oh, Sharon, shit, I'm sorry you're going through that kind of thing. Fucking, no, dude, absolute fucking asshole. I'm like, who the fuck sits there and says, oh, yeah, you know, I'm this big badass metal band, you know, fucking Iron Maiden fucking assholes. Who the fuck sits there and says, oh, I smell marijuana? I'm like, dude, maybe you should smoke some weed and fucking rethink your life. That's what I would say to Bruce Dickinson, is you should take some marijuana and like rethink your life, dude. And like tone the ego down a bit, man. You're there for your fans, and Ozzy Osbourne's giving you an outlet to reach out to your fans. Instead of being grateful, I'm not saying you have to kiss Ozzy and Sharon's ass, mind you, but at least be a little bit more fucking grateful. Don't go out on stage like, oh yeah, talking shit on Ozzy Osbourne. Like, fuck off, dude.
the band would never be featured in a reality show, apparently taking a shot at the Osbournes out of frustration at the time. As if that is
like, Bruce Dickinson, you're just jealous because nobody wants to fucking film a reality show about you.
Wild enough. Apparently, after that set, Sharon Osbourne herself took the stage and began speaking to the crowd, saying that she, quote, absolutely loved Iron Maiden and their crew, but she noted that Dickinson was apparently a prick and had disrespected Ozfest since they began their stint with the tour.
What? That's pretty bad when the goddess of rock and roll herself, Sharon Osbourne, has to take the stage and be like, okay, fuck this guy, he's a fucking asshole. Now, the holidays are coming up, and if you want to spice up your marriage and your love life this holiday season, check out Tactical Soap. Coupon code King Cobra. That helps me as a starving artist to make some money, you know. And yeah, I'll keep the food hacks coming. I had a spur of like moments where I had some food and then like my wheels started turning kind of thing, you know. But yeah, my last two cooking food hacks were delicious. The deep fried buffalo wings were fucking phenomenal. That mac and cheese that I made was so fucking good. Like, I put my own twist on things and they usually turn out pretty fucking good. The exception being the fiery fish pizza. That stuff was, oh jeez. I love fish. I love spicy food kind of thing, you know, but like, ugh. Might have had too much spicy goodness on the fiery fish pizza. Like, that's what Ozzy Osbourne would look like if he was balding, autistic, and had facial hair. Hey, Cobra, Argus Filch called. He wants his hair back.
Friday night that week, the official Ozfest website posted a statement which read partially, quote, Iron Maiden were chosen for the Ozfest tour because the Ozfest committee thought they were a good band. Plus the fact...
So, like, you have a committee of people beyond the legendary Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne, and this committee who says, oh yeah, we've heard of Iron Maiden, they're this British band, you know, how like rock and roll seems to be ingrained into like British culture. Yeah, baby. And I'm like, I'm 80% British according to Ancestry.com, mind you. So I'm proud of that. Like, yo, 80% British and like 30% Scottish. So the committee chose Bruce Dickinson and his, I'm not going to say it's his band, but just the band Iron Maiden. Yeah. And it's like, he had a problem with cannabis. I'm just like, bro. One of my fans sent me this pipe, and it's got a cobra on the front. I still have it. I keep it on my magical altar. This is, honestly, I'm not going to lie, one of my favorite pipes. The detail in that is immaculate, to say the least.
They had not done shows in the US for some time. From day one, Bruce Dickinson started berating Ozzy and belittling the Ozfest audience. He stated,
"What the oh my god. From day one, YouTube, Bruce Dickinson started insulting Ozzy Osbourne and belittling Ozfest. And it's like, you know what? Then you're not good enough to be signed by Sharon and Ozzy for Ozfest, you fucking cunt." You can suck the Queen's minge for all I care, you fucking unappreciative hack. I'm like, at some point you would have thought to yourself, hey, you know what? I haven't performed in 10 years. I'm given an opportunity to put myself out there. You know, if you would have kept your opinions about Ozzy Osbourne to yourself, you wouldn't have gotten egged, mate. You know, I guess Bruce Dickinson ain't all it's cracked up to be. See what I did there? I made an egg joke.
didn't need a reality show to give him credibility.
Holy shit. It's got some burn to it. Yeah, that's the stuff. I actually have a couple of seasons of the Osbournes on DVD, to be truthful with you. I have season 1 and season 2. And Ozzy Osbourne did not need his reality show, The Osbournes, to make a name for himself, you fucking insufferable male cunt. No, it's fucking stupid, dude. I'm just like, wow. If I were to describe Black Sabbath, they're like the Beatles, but with more of a bluesy sort of heavy metal influence. Like if you made the Beatles goth, you know, that's how I look at it. You might disagree with me. That's your opinion, you know.
Just some fucking reunion band, and continuously complained about this.
Oh, where? Hey, all these rock stars are getting older, mates, and you want to throw a little fucking fit because you're not some fucking reunion band. I'm like, do you know what? You know what? Fuck, honestly, fuck Bruce Dickinson, this piece of shit. Because it's like, dude, if people still even give a fuck about my music when I'm 73, then you know what? I've done something with my life. If people are sitting there watching me go live in my clock tower dream house, because trust and believe, I'm going to build my clock tower dream house before I'm 74. You may call me a dreamer, you may say I'm full of shit, but I'm like, you never know what life has in store until you've lived it. You know, you never know what's in store for life until you've lived it, dude. See, even if Ozzy Osbourne doesn't sign me, I'm still gonna support him, to be honest. I get to exist in the same universe, in the same time zone as God himself, you know. I was a little bit into Ozzy Osbourne when I got into Cradle of Filth, but then Danny Filth literally said Ozzy Osbourne's one of my idols. And I'm like, okay, I'll give him a chance. And I've been hooked ever since, to be honest. And then it's the same thing with Ozzy liking the Beatles kind of thing. I tend to gravitate towards that hard rocker lifestyle, YouTube. Fucking Ozzy Osbourne makes me laugh. I don't care. It's a sense of humor. That's what gets me. I love Ozzy for that, dude. It's fucking great. Kelly, I can go to the gynecologist for ya. I feel like a cunt. Oh my god. Fucking glorious. Like, if Ozzy Osbourne wasn't a famous musician, he'd make a damn good stand-up comedian kind of thing, you know.
System, saying that when he comes back to America, he'll have a better one. I understand he hasn't toured in the U.S. in these size venues in a while, and no.
Okay, just because you haven't toured in the good old United States of America, I'm an American citizen. I'm proud of my British heritage, and I'm proud of my American heritage, and I'm proud of my Scottish heritage. You don't even know. But that's the thing of it. Like, if you haven't performed in like 10 years in the States, you think to yourself, hey, you know what? It's money in my pocket. It's a chance to reach a younger audience. A younger audience, YouTube. Like, oh, hey. There are several people who've definitely heard of Ozzy Osbourne, but who the fuck is Iron Maiden?
Understands the political structure of things. Out of
there was a oh yeah, there is a political structure to these things, yes, but regardless if Sharon has cancer or not, they give you an opportunity after 10 years of not performing. You think you'd be a little bit more grateful. I honestly left a comment on this video before I started drinking. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how many musicians would kill to be a part of Ozfest?
+100 bands over the past 10 years, he has been the only person who hasn't had the Ozfest spirit. He thought he was at a battle of the bands, always.
Oh my fucking god, that's the wrong attitude. He thought he was at this battle of the bands. That's the problem with it, dude. You gotta be like, you know what? Who cares if they're better than me? Who cares if they're shittier than me? I'm here to perform my music, and that's all that matters. You know, like this whole you're at the battle of the bands. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Fucking fuck Bruce Dickinson, this fucking cock-sucking wanker fucking cunt, bloody vaginal belch piece of shit. I'm not just saying that because he's enemies with Sharon and Ozzy, but it's like, dude, you know how many people would kill to perform an Ozfest to have their big shots? And instead of being grateful that, okay, Iron Maiden is still relevant in today's culture. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, even if you're not Ozzy's biggest fan, keep it to yourself. thank the bands for coming out. Thank Ozzy and Sharon for having you, and leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Fucking stupid, dude.
Other comments about the other artists. Might I?
Oh my! Of course, comments about the other artists. That's the thing of it. Like I said, if I was lucky enough to perform at Ozfest, YouTube, if King Cobra JFS took off to the point where I'm playing my music at Ozfest, I would be so fucking grateful. Like, I wouldn't kiss Ozzy and Sharon's ass if I could help it, but at the same time, I'd be like, yeah! You know what I'm saying? That's an opportunity most people don't get to have, and instead of being grateful that your music is making enough impact in the world that people still give a shit, it's, oh, well, I'm sick and tired of this battle of the bands bullshit. I'm like, what are you in high school, dude? Grow the fuck up.
Hey, the rest of the band are gentlemen and have a great professional attitude.
Exactly. Fuck, that burns like a bitch, dude. Holy shit. People are like used to seeing Cobra do crazy drink combos. The rest of the Iron Maiden band have a very great and professional attitude. It's about the music and the fans, you know. That's the way I see it. It's about keeping music alive, and it's about the fans, you know. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a little fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's honestly how I feel. I can be, you know, I've actually, to be truthful with you, I've been fucking bullied by the worst people on the internet. And they sit there and spend all day fucking with me, calling me every name in the book. And then, like, freaking, I'll have one fan reach out, just reach out and be like, hey, Cobra, you know what? I like your food hack videos and your vocal covers. Keep doing your thing, man. I love your videos. And that's what helps me forget about my trolls, is the support I get from my fans, you know. I'm not trying to spurg out too hard, but it's like, okay, Cobra, you're obsessed with Ozzy Osbourne and it's cute, but calm down. Sharon!
Crew is absolutely great, but how sad it was after 10 years that this little man tried to ruin it for everyone. The band.
Exactly my fucking point. If you're pissed off because you're not as famous as Ozzy Osbourne and your band hasn't performed in 10 years, at the very least, you could be like, you know what? At least I'm getting my shot here. Instead of being like, oh, hey, you know what? Like, if y'all want to accuse me of being fucking mean to Bruce Dickinson, I'm like, you ought to examine the history of online bullying that I've received. I'm like, even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, what gives you the right, especially after Sharon and Ozzy and the Ozfest committee are like, oh yeah, you're good enough to be on Ozfest. Dude, if my music was good enough to be at Ozfest, I can't begin to imagine. I get a little bit of fame and I'm like, hey, that fucking feels good. I like this feeling. You know what I'm saying? I can't begin to fucking imagine being so famous that Sharon and Ozzy are like, We want to see you perform Satan's Bell at Ozfest. And let's be realistic, when you're at Ozfest, nobody gives a shit about these other musicians. They want to see Ozzy, dude.
Ozfest. Don't even look at Ozfest as touring, but as its heavy metal summer camp. Bruce is in fact a jealous prick and very envious.
I actually fucking agree with that. I'm not just saying that because I'm Ozzy's biggest fan. But like, you know, you look at Ozfest like you're at heavy metal summer camp. Exactly my point. Like, you don't gotta take it seriously, dude, but serious enough to give the people what they want, kind of thing. Like, that's what Ozfest is. It's not just about Ozzy fucking Osbourne, the greatest motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's honestly about keeping the music alive. And some poor schlup from like 4 states away is like, they saved up all their fucking money to take a trip down 4 goddamn states away just to see Ozzy and the fans perform. Now, when Ozzy performed in Colorado, mind you, that's not that far from Wyoming. I went with a huge Ozzy fan, and it was just awesome. That's all I will say on that. Holy. Oh, that's nice. Well, that just happened. Well, that just fucking happened.
Damn.
No big deal. It happens.
Fuck.
Nobody gives a shit about these other musicians. They want to see Ozzy, dude.
Ozfest. Don't even look at Ozfest as touring, but as its heavy metal summer camp. Bruce is in fact a jealous prick and very envious.
I actually fucking agree with that. I'm not just saying that because I'm Ozzy's biggest fan. But like, you know, you look at Ozfest like you're at heavy metal summer camp. Exactly my point. Like, you don't gotta take it seriously, dude, but serious enough to give the people what they want, kind of thing. Like, that's what Ozfest is. It's not just about Ozzy fucking Osbourne, the greatest motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's honestly about keeping the music alive. And some poor schlup from like 4 states away is like, they saved up all their fucking money to take a trip down 4 goddamn states away just to see Ozzy and the fans perform. Now, when Ozzy performed in Colorado, mind you, that's not that far from Wyoming. I went with a huge Ozzy fan, and it was just awesome. That's all I will say on that. Holy.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, that's nice. Well, that just happened. Well, that just fucking happened. No big deal. It happens. I was not expecting to, real smooth cobra. I blow my nose. I'll be right back. Yo, fucking hell, YouTube. Woo! Yeah, that's better, YouTube. You know what? It happens to the best of us. It do. It happens to the best of us, so no worries. The stream must go on. I'm not going to let a little minor hiccup like that stop me from streaming.
None of his tirades were directed at Sabbath, only Ozzy. Steve Harris personally came to Ozzy in San Bernardino and apologized for Bruce's behavior this summer.
And I'm like, fuck that, dude. Okay, if Bruce Dickinson's being a fucking prat, then, like, he should be the one to apologize. His fucking bandmates shouldn't have to fucking apologize for his shitty behavior. Like, hey, mate, you haven't performed in 10 years. Take what you can get and don't throw a fit. That's the way life works, dude. If you haven't performed in 10 fucking years, and out of nowhere, Ozzy and Sharon are just like, hey, you know what? You want to perform on Ozfest? Yes, you do. Who's a good little doggy? See, even after puking, I'm still going for another drink combo. Yeah. I don't hardly ever puke when I drink alcohol, to be honest. That was just a spur of the moment. I'm sure the fans are going to get a kick out of that. Like, oh my God. Cobra, you disgusting animal. Oh, that smell. Smells like Jack Daniels. One second.
Stating that he and the rest of the band were embarrassed by their own singer. Wow, you...
You know, that's pretty fucking sad, YouTube. When, like, the band is just like, we're embarrassed by the shit he's pulling. some Jack Daniels and some Bang Wild and Watermelon energy drink. That's actually not half bad. And I'm like, that's life in a nutshell. So you fucking got a little sick from drinking. Honestly, feel better after doing that. You know, it happens. I'm not worried about it, to be honest. Look, I don't give a fuck if Ozzy Osbourne signs me. It's about standing up for what's right. You know what I'm saying? You know, Bruce Dickinson's a fucking miserable male cunt because it's like, do you realize how many goddamn musicians would kill to be a part of Ozfest and have like all these fans just, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. I'm gonna go out for a cigarette, but I've got like one left, YouTube. One NXT left. I'll go out here in a bit. Honestly, your YouTube. I got the hiccups. Fuck. No, fuck. I don't understand being jealous of Ozzy Osbourne's fame. If anything, I can understand aspiring to be that famous. But like your little albums on deathbed tapes, that's adorable. Personally speaking, I love deathbed tapes and Alex Ford, like a brother from another mother. You know, this dude has helped me put my music out there. And it gives people a chance to be like, they can hold a physical copy. You know what I'm saying? You see this, YouTube? This is a Satan's Bell. Okay, look at that right there. It's upside down. Now it's right side up. Look at that. Ah. Okay, you see that? King Cobra, Satan's Bell, official cassette tape. It's a bit old school, but it's a way to get my music out there. And people like it, dude. They really do. It's like holding a physical copy of my album in my hands. See that? Satan's Bell. Yeah. King Cobra, Satan's Bell. You know, I like it because when I make my music on GarageBand, I take the sounds that I like. And I take the sound that I like and I combine it to make my own unique, individual new sound. And like there were several Evergrande metal musicians out there, so it's like what makes Cobra so special, you know? And I recognize that. But this is a King Cobra, Satan's Bell cassette tape. It has the entire album on there. I got a box full of them from Deathbed Tapes, and there's a couple. Yeah, so if you didn't get your chance to get a hold on these bad motherfuckers, you know. Go and smoke my NXT here in a second. I'm not trying to glorify tobacco because nicotine is fucking addicting. You got one cigarette left. Then I got a big old bag of pipe tobacco. Which smells lovely. I love the smell of pipe tobacco. It's just one of those scents like the smell of rain, you know. The smell of pipe tobacco is just like the smell of rain. Rain, you never forget it, to be honest. I love the smell of rain and pipe tobacco. You get a nice cherry blend, and it's like, oh, you know, the smoker gets a blast of cherry taste. And then people around you aren't going, oh, you're a filthy smoker. I've noticed that when I smoke my pipe in public, people aren't as offended. Like I could give a shit if people are offended. People are offended by me, they can suck Ozzy Osbourne and my dick. But like when you're at the bar and you step outside for a smoke and you light up some cherry pipe tobacco, people are just like, oh, that smells good. That reminds me of my grandfather or my uncle, or you know what I'm saying. So pipe smoking tends to have more acceptance in society than cigarettes do, and it's cheaper than buying them by the pack sometimes. That's why I like it personally. I do love the smell of a good pipe tobacco, and it's like it don't even smell like tobacco or cigarettes. It just has a sweet aromatic smell, and you're like, oh, that smells good. Like you take a moment to like relax, sit there, puff on your pipe, and it's like, hey, look, you know. Pipe tobacco has way less chemicals than the tobacco you see in cigarettes. So in the long run, pipe tobacco is actually the healthiest form of tobacco consumption because pipe tobacco doesn't contain all the harsh chemicals and what have you, you know. Plus, when you're at a bar and you step outside to smoke your pipe, people around you, they smell it and they're like, ooh, pipe tobacco, you know, like I've been obsessed with pipes and pipe tobacco since I was a kid, watching 101 Dalmatians and Roger smoke his pipe, and then it's just, that's what did it for me, man. I'm not going to say Disney influenced my tobacco habits, but I do enjoy a good tobacco pipe. You pack it, you stuff it, you got your pipe tool kind of thing. Because if you're a pipe smoker, I'm super autistic about this. Oh, my ponytail holder is attached to the pipe tool. 1 second. There we go. Alright. If you want to smoke a tobacco pipe, you need a pipe tool, a lighter, and a good pipe. You know what I'm saying? And like maybe, and it's a lot to invest into, but pipe
Sorry,
smoking.
holy fuck! It took longer than I thought it was going to. I had never thought about that.
You don't have to inhale.
Never noticed it in the screen. It's a small little pic in the.
You just take a couple hits and
camera capture or whatever.
That cherry pipe tobacco tastes really good, and then the nicotine absorbs.
Oh God! Hold on, now I gotta do this shit.
The 99 proof bananas and the JD are gone, but that's all right. You're having like a fucking nicotine fit, and then you stuff your pipe with a nice. And like, there's little things you can do. I've studied on this technique. If you want to smoke your pipe, I'm a pipe smoker. I will say that. I'm proud to be a pipe smoker. I love smoking tobacco out of my pipe more than I love cigarettes, to be honest. But Marlboro NXTs, you know what I'm saying? I like my main two form of tobacco consumption is cigarettes and pipe, and the occasional cigar kind of thing.
We don't see statements like that anymore. And that same day, Iron Maiden posted a statement seemingly firing back on their site, which wrote in part, quote, Iron Maiden wished to thank all the 45,000 metal fans at Ozfest in San Bernardino.
Yeah, 45,000 fucking metal fans in San Bernardino. They're all there for Ozzy. They're not there for you, dudes. And the fact that Ozzy and Sharon allowed you to perform in Ozfest, you could show some goddamn respect. At the very least, a little bit of appreciation. All these fucking musicians who get a cocky attitude, like, they think they're better than everyone else. And it's like, fuck off, dude.
Saturday night for sticking with us and giving us such a great response at the end of a difficult set. It was obvious to all there that we had a, quote, series of unfortunate events throughout. This made it difficult for us to keep our momentum, but your incredible support certainly helped us get through it. We guess it all adds up to a pretty memorable gig, though. You fans pay very good money to be there and deserve to get a full and unhindered performance from all the bands. This was not the case last night. I wanted to give you that background so you can understand just how ugly things got when we discussed this new interview from Sharon calling him a fucking asshole and saying that he is of Ozzy. That is this week. We're talking about something from 2005. And
as far as I'm concerned, I sign, and you know what I'm saying? I don't care if Ozzy and Sharon signed my ass. I side with them regardless. Kind of thing. It's like you see some prick, like, what's his fucking name? Bruce Dickinson. Your last name has the word dick in it, so that really fucking says a lot about your character, doesn't it? Instead of being like, oh, hey, you know what? Ozzy and Sharon are giving me a chance to perform. Don't fuck it up. Instead of being like grateful for that, it's you're a piece of shit. And they sit there and they dog on Ozzy and Sharon, and I'm like, what? I don't even care if I'm Ozzy's biggest fan, to be honest. It's the principle of the matter at this point. I'm like, dude, you know how many musicians would kill to be as famous as Iron Maiden, and you just sit there and crap on it. You know what I'm saying? You know, smoke me a Marvel NXT. I'll be right back after a bit.
Go much better. God, I'm having a fucking...
That was a tasty little cigarette.
Clear that the feelings have not dulled in any way, shape, or form. Again, Consequence talked to Ozzy and Sharon in a new interview. It's an in-depth interview. It's very good. We've linked to it in the description of this video. So this is what they both had to say. First, Ozzy, he was asked if he felt he was an underrated singer when compared to other artists like Bruce Dickinson, Rob Halford, and Ronnie James Dio, to which Ozzy responded, Bruce Dickinson is a great singer, but as a person, I've worked with him, and he's not very nice. Ronnie James Dio is no longer alive. He was a great singer. I didn't
Rest in peace, Dio.
know him so well. I'm not one of these guys who says many things about people. The truth is the truth. I met Ronnie James Dio a couple of times. He took my gig, but at the same time, I can't complain because I did great on my own. He added, but I don't sing for a judge. I sing for my fans.
That's why I respect Ozzy Osbourne. He doesn't sing for his critics. He sings for his fans. That's why you should love Ozzy Osbourne too. It's not about getting approval from the critics. It's about, okay, your fans love you, and that's all that matters.
Don't buy my music. That would tell me my singing isn't any good anymore. But they're still buying my records. I'm my own worst critic. I don't rate myself.
I'm my own worst critic. I'll drink to that, Ozzy. Cheers, mate. That's exactly how I fucking feel. Like I'm sitting here recording a fucking mac and cheese video. You know what I'm saying? It's the thing of it. Like, I fuck up on my cooking video, and I'm like, can I do one cooking video without making a complete retard of myself? And people are just like, Cobra, you're not a retard. You know, giving me all this encouragement, and I appreciate it. But I totally feel Ozzy when he says he's the biggest critic of himself. I'm the same way, to be honest. I'm like, my music could always be better. The fans are gonna like anything that I produce. I could produce a fucking shit album, and the fans would be like, oh, I love it, you know, Ozzy, keep going, you know, kind of thing. But like, me personally, it's like, if I don't like it, if I don't like what I've produced, then I'm not gonna post it. That's how I feel. That's how it was with Satan's Bell. You know, like the album Satan's Bell is fucking kick-ass. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying, YouTube? Like, if I don't like the way it sounds, then I'm not gonna fucking put it on my albums. If I like the way it sounds, then I know my fans are gonna love it. So that's just how I feel, dude. I'm not trying to be like that one Ozzy Osbourne fan that kisses Ozzy's ass kind of thing. But that's just how I feel. These individuals who have produced music and captivated an audience.
More than Ronnie James Dio or Bruce Dickinson. That's not my gig. I don't care. I have fun.
Fuck Bruce Dickinson.
What I do. My goal is to turn my fucking audience on. And that's what I try to do. I'm not interested if someone thinks I'm a fucking joke. That's fine. That's their opinion. To which Sharon at
I can respect that, Ozzy. You have no idea. People who look at me like you're just some Ozzy Osbourne impersonator. You're just their fucking joke. Your music, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? But like, oh hey, you know what? You know.
Bruce Dickinson is a fucking prick. Well, no, he's not a prick because a prick's nice. He's a fucking asshole. Because the situation is, he was on a tour called Ozfest, and Ozzy Osbourne was paying him every night to perform.
That's what fucking pisses me off about it. You know, it's like you're on Ozfest and Ozzy Osbourne's paying you every night. You know what I'm saying? You know how many fucking musicians? I'm not trying to be that one Ozzy obsessed fan, but that's exactly how I fucking feel. I'm like, dude, how many people would kill to be signed by Ozzy Osbourne? You know what I'm saying? And you don't appreciate it. Your fucking ego fucking trips you up, dude. That's what it is.
Accepted the gig. He knew what he was doing. He accepted the gig. And every night he would go on stage.
I was like, okay, if you accept the gig, and then you go on stage and trash talk Ozzy Osbourne, you're a fucking piece of shit, in my opinion.
And say bad things about Ozzy. And the crew and everybody in all the other bands would be like, are you going to let him get away with it? And I'm like,
you know, it's pretty bad when fucking Bruce Dickinson is being a miserable fucking male cunt. And people are just so sick of it. They're like, you gonna let him get away with this? Like, even if Ozzy was too old to perform in Ozfest, I would still promote him to the day I die. You're talking to like Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan. And I'm so sick and tired of people crapping on Ozzy when it's like there were people out there who fucking can't produce music worth a shit. They get fucking loaded on drugs and alcohol and they try to record music and it just sounds like shit. What the fuck is mumble rap? Mumble rap. It's
but the last gig was LA, and I thought, you motherfucker, now you're going to get it. And so I had about 20 people in the audience, and a lot of them were nurses from Cedars-Sinai because I had cancer at the time, and they were my chemo nurses, and they all came down.
You know what's really fucking sad is that Bruce Dickinson is having eggs. Like Sharon Osbourne's chemo treatment nurses are sitting there chucking eggs at you because you're an insufferable piece of shit. Instead of sitting there going, what am I doing with my life? You sit there and it's just like,
And they fucking pelted the shit out of them. Wow, I can't believe she's admitting this. She continued, and my thing is, you play, you pay. And the thing is, if you're being paid to do a gig, but you don't like the person, then fuck off. But don't...
That's exactly my point. You're being paid to do a gig, but you don't like Ozzy Osbourne, then fuck off. That's exactly how I fucking feel, to be honest. How many fucking people would love to be signed by Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne? There are so many fucking talented musicians who would love to be signed by Sharon and Ozzy. And it's like, if you don't like what they're producing, then fuck off. I fucking fully agree, dude. I don't care if Ozzy signs my ass. You know what I'm saying?
take the money, take all the good that's coming to your band through being on a festival, doing 24 shows, and slagging the person that's paying you. It's like, no, that makes you a fucking asshole. And he is. And he never apologized. He never went up and said,
exactly my point. You're gonna fucking slag the assholes who are like, hey, you know what? We appreciate the rock and roll and the metal and all that shit. But you're gonna slag somebody because you disagree with Ozzy Osbourne. Go fuck yourself.
Hello to Ozzy. The thing about him is that he's just so jealous and always has been of Ozzy. And that's his problem. Because the thing is about Bruce Dickinson, he's hugely successful. He's got a great fan base that has been loyal. The band are great guys. All the band are great, and they do great. You know, they're a great band. You can't take it away. And neither would I take that away from them. But the thing about Bruce is, he is unknown to the public. Bruce Dickinson could walk into anywhere, and nobody would know who the fuck he is. Do you know what?
That's gotta suck. When Bruce Dickinson walks into... And if you're doing the whole celebrity thing to get recognized, you're doing it for the wrong reason, mate.
Saying he's a faceless singer to the general public because people aren't scrambling to get him for an interview. And the thing is, he's not interesting. But the thing is, Ozzy is original and Bruce isn't. And that's what eats Bruce away. That is one of the most hardcore interviews I think I have ever read.
Sorry about that. Holy shit.
Channel, to be completely
OCD
honest
much.
That's the thing about Sharon Osbourne, and I know a lot of people don't agree with her.
It'll still be
here,
boring, but
look at the
I'm not
entire
gonna fuck with that anymore when I
situation,
actually watch
she
cobes.
feels as though he was disrespectful to her husband. She obviously loves.
Exactly my point. Fuck what you have to think. If you were having your other half disrespected, you'd stand up and be like, you know what? Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Very much. And, you know, Bruce is also a legend. I don't know what happened backstage. We don't know whether or not there was some sort of disrespect, but for them to react as strongly as they did against him, it's clear that they felt that he was obviously disrespectful to Ozzy.
My focus, okay.
And you don't really see people as outspoken as the Osbournes are anymore. And that is something
you don't, because if you're outspoken, you're being seen as some kind of sicko, whatever. Like, it's fucking stupid. If you're sitting there fucking mad because, like, the only option you have. I have to get this.
There we go. All right, We're straight. Sorry, I can interact with my no audience.
The Sharon has done well. They have done very well, not just as musicians, but as figures in entertainment, period. She knows how to create buzz. I'm sure when they were giving this interview to Consequence, they knew that this isn't a big interview for them. So, and by the way, they did a fantastic job. So let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Obviously, there are two sides to every story, and Bruce Dickinson doesn't really play into these kind of things, but there is clearly no love lost here from the Osbournes going all the way back to 2005, the way they felt that they were treated by Bruce. So let us know what you think in the comments. And again, if you could take a quick second to hit subscribe, we would really appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
If you're a reader, you are secretly a writer. On this course, I'm going to teach you everything.
Stop fucking. I don't gotta hear anything. That I don't gotta hear anything to make my point heard.
Sorry, it's really weird. I don't have my second monitor plugged, or yeah, I don't have it. I have it off right now, so. Oh, cobes. Well, that gave me something to do while I fucking troubleshot. This fool's already back live. shit. Oh shit.
He doesn't appreciate it. He just sits there and craps on Sharon and Ozzy the whole time. Every fucking
He went and took a bath. It
tour,
looks like he's
there were
ready
like
for the
20
rest
some
of the
odd
evening.
shows. And like the story of it is simply this. Bruce Dickinson would crap on Ozzy
Oh, he's got his chat on
in every fucking show. And it's just like, what? Like, I was so pissed about it that I might have gotten carried away ranting and raving about dumb shit. But it's like, okay, at the end of the day, you realize how fortunate you are to have that opportunity.
And he's doing
There are
damage
so
control from the
bands
stream that we just fucking looked
that
at.
would love to perform for Ozfest, and you're sitting there crapping on everyone because you get to do it. And okay, so Ozzy's not your cup of tea, or you're jealous of him or whatever. What gives you the right? Considering that at the time in 2005, YouTube, Sharon Osbourne had cancer. I think Lucifer, she beat it. You know, like Sharon Osbourne has beaten cancer and COVID-19. She's just as tough as Ozzy as far as I'm concerned. But like, no, dude, fucking Bruce Dickinson is being an insufferable male cunt. Sitting here like, oh, you know, it's like, you know how many dudettes, how many people would kill to perform an Ozfest. They don't even care if it's like the big time, but it's like a chance to perform with other amazing bands. And this asshole just
wondered aloud how people were able to sneak cartons of eggs past Ozfest.
You want to know how people are able to sneak cartons of eggs? Because you literally spent from day one when you got signed for Ozfest, instead of being thankful that Ozzy and Sharon are giving you a chance, instead you spend the whole day fucking crapping on Ozzy and his wife. And then his fans are sick of it to the point where even Sharon's like, you know what, fuck this fucking male cunt, like a chance insufferable piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. And I fully agree, because it's like, even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, the least you could do is show some appreciation and be like, okay, your band hasn't performed in 10 years, and Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne's community are just like, oh, we don't care. You're British like Ozzy Osbourne, so we're going to look past your 10-year dry spell of performing and give you a chance. And instead of being like, well, thank you, instead of being grateful, what do? They compare apples to oranges. You have the lead singer, Bruce Dickinson, fuck that miserable fucking wanker cunt.
Just trying to see if I can put the chat inside the full screen.
Oh, like, it's not good enough. And it's like, okay, you know what? Fuck you. You're not performing live on tour with your own personal band. Instead of being like, okay, Ozzy and Sharon are helping me stay relevant in today's culture, you throw a fucking bitch fit and be like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit. You clean up your vomit, boy.
Dickinson also reportedly said at the time that the band would never be featured in a reality show, apparently taking a shot at the Osbournes out of frustration at the time.
You're just frustrated because nobody wants to see you go live or do a reality show with your fucked up family. No one gives a shit. They're just like, oh yeah, by the way, Ozzy Osbourne is God amongst men, and you can't handle it. So
I was supposed to try this coke earlier. I got crazy sick. I already took some Tylenol too.
People are like, what the fuck, Cobra? You were going live. Today. And it would have been all one solid video, but my fucking internet or whatever cut out. A lot of people are pissed off because I stand up for Ozzy, you know. It is what it is.
As if that isn't wild enough, apparently after that set, Sharon Osbourne herself took the stage and began speaking to the crowd, saying that she, quote, absolutely loved Iron Maiden and their crew, but she noted that Dickinson was apparently a prick and had...
You know, that's pretty fucking sad when Sharon Osbourne over at Ozfest is like, hey, Iron Maiden, I love your sets, but your lead singer is a fucking asshole. At some point, that would have been my cue. Like, personally speaking, I would have been like, what am I doing with my life? You know, it's okay to admit you're not as popular as Ozzy Osbourne, and the fact that Prince of Darkness and his amazing wife fucking look past the fact that you haven't performed in 10 fucking years and go, yeah, you know, a lot of fans of Ozzy Osbourne are also going to be a fan of Iron Maiden because it's heavy metal kind of thing. And instead of looking past that,
I'll probably hop off here in a little bit and
Ozzy's
eat dinner
more
and
famous than you. And I'm like, gee, I wonder why Ozzy Osbourne is more famous
than
Bruce Dickinson.
A little later maybe and do some FL Studio stuff or whatever.
You know, if Ozzy Osbourne goes to perform at a concert and he's got a singer that's more popular than he is, he doesn't care. He's like, you know what? My fans are here to watch me perform, and that's all that matters.
Dude, it's so crazy. Like
about these assholes who are like, oh well.
It's the same. I'll see people in this chat that are like actual like
respected Ozfest since they began their
influencers or whatever. Like Cobra has the craziest following. People really
website posted a statement
don't give a fuck.
Partially, quote,
like I used to be kind of ashamed
for the Ozfest tour because the Ozfest
for people to find out that I
thought they were a good
watch
band.
this stuff.
The fact that they had not done shows
I see other people in here and
from day one, Bruce Dickinson started berating.
I saw someone that I follow on Spotify, one of the artists that I like on Spotify actually in here. It's pretty crazy.
Bruce Dickinson, as soon as he got signed, like, thanks for the opportunity, but then he starts crapping on Ozzy and Sharon, and then the fucking Ozfest on top of it. I'm like, he's an insufferable fucking cunt. You know that? Bruce Dickinson. So, like, I'm sorry.
What happened? Even I haven't been. I know. I guess Bruce Dickinson. Oh shit! Whoever the fuck that is.
I thought I was still going for a brief minute, and then I look and I'm like, "What the fuck happened?" I'm in the middle of something here, dude. Like the world can't handle my awesomeness. They can't handle my.
Oh, here we go again. Fuck.
Time here's Bruce Dickinson.
Because he's getting sucked.
Crapping on Ozzy Osbourne. And like from day one, you know what I'm saying? Even though he's allowed to be a part of Ozfest, instead of being grateful,
everyone's so hyped that he threw up.
Even give a shit about his band after 10 years of not performing.
I hate that I was fucking busy with my camera settings.
Like, oh, hey, you know, I appreciate the recognition. Thank you. Instead, it's not good enough because he has to compare himself to Ozzy. And I'm like, dude, that's not going to get you any favors in the music industry. And it's like, how do you think Ozzy Osbourne fucking feels? I can tell Ozzy misses performing more than he misses the drugs. And it's just like, what the fuck, dude? You know how many people would kill to perform at Ozfest, even if they don't get to meet Ozzy Osbourne himself and like party with him or whatever, you know. It's the truth, and don't mind me, I'm sitting here drinking some E&J Peach with a splash of this watermelon. You know, and I was going to go off the whole time with the alcohol that I did have, and then, like, the stream cut off, and I didn't realize it turned off. And I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm trying to sit here and bitch about the right things, and then the internet and people can't handle it, so they're like, fuck you, Cobra, and my stream stopped. So I'm just redoing it right now. Or redoing a small portion of it, I should say.
He didn't need a reality show to give him credibility. We're not
You know what? You want to say that crap, but in all honesty, I'm not just saying this to kiss Ozzy's ass, but like, Bruce Dickinson, go fuck yourself. You're just fucking pissed off that nobody wants to see your family and how fucked up your life is. No one cares. They're like, Bruce Dickinson, fuck him. I'd rather see what Ozzy Osbourne's up to. And you're mad. You're fucking a jealous little fucking miserable wanker because, oh, hey, look, you know. I put on my Ozzy Osbourne shades and I'm sitting here doing this fucking video response. And like the internet cuts off, and I'm like, well, ain't that a bitch? Like, I wasn't done ranting and raving. The first fucking installment of this, I'm just like, okay, I'm trying to rant here and stand up for Ozzy. Not that he needs it, because there are plenty of YouTube fans and like fans in general outside of YouTube, so Ozzy and Sharon don't need me going off on camera. I mean, like, yeah, well, fuck sickos and fuck this, Bruce Dickinson piece of shit. They really don't need that from me, but I'm gonna do it anyways because that's honestly how I feel.
Some fucking reunion band and continuous.
So Bruce Dickinson is just like, we're not some fucking reunion band. And I'm like, you're going to be a snob about it? Really? After 10 years of not performing in the heavy metal industry, being replaced by younger bands like Cradle of Filth and what have you, your British ass is just throwing a fit because whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not saying that Bruce Dickinson has to kiss Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon's ass, but what I am saying is he should show some fucking appreciation. At the time when it happened, Sharon was suffering from cancer, and thank you, Satan, that Ozzy's wife Sharon beat it. Ozzy Osbourne's wife Sharon beat cancer and COVID-19. She's a tough woman, just like Ozzy. Ozzy Osbourne's a tough man. They're both tough. They've seen so much bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne are a lot tougher than people give them credit for. They just see some aging rock star and his wife kind of thing, and they don't appreciate what he has to offer. And it's like, dude.
Complained about the sound system, saying that when he comes back to America, he'll have a better one. I understand he hasn't toured in the US in these size venues in a while and no longer understands the political structure of things. Out of 200 plus bands over the past 10 years, he has been the only person who hasn't had the Ozfest spirit. He thought he was at a battle of the bands, always making other.
That's what pisses me off about it. Like, this whole. Okay. Excuse me. Bruce Dickinson. Okay, you're a fucking cunt. It's not about Battle of the Bands. It's about Ozfest. God damn it. Excuse me. It's about Ozfest, man. And it's about, like, performing. Like, most people would be grateful, like, if your band hadn't performed in, like, 10 fucking years. You know what I'm saying? You would have been like, well, this sucks. And instead of being like, oh, hey, the fact that he looked at it like a battle of the bands, I'm like, you know what? Fuck Bruce Dickinson and fuck Iron Maiden as far as I'm concerned. And that's how I feel about it. And his bandmates are not responsible for the way he acts, so I will give them that. But it's like, dude, if you hadn't performed in 10 years, you'd think you'd be a little bit more fucking grateful. Like, oh, hey,
comments about the other artists. Might I say, the rest of the band are gentlemen and have a great professional attitude.
And that's my fucking quarrel about it. If I was lucky enough to perform at Ozfest, I would literally be thanking Ozzy and Sharon as I'm on stage. And I'd be thanking all the amazing musicians who came out to perform with me. Because I'm like, we're keeping a legacy alive. But instead of being like that, you know, Bruce Dickinson has to be a fucking miserable fucking male cunt about it. Because people are sitting here watching me rant about this, and then the video just cut out, and I wasn't even like, I didn't realize it had cut out. I thought I was still going, kind of thing. And it's like people are sitting here watching me drink alcohol and bitch about this. They're like, oh, Cobra's living the life. I'm so jealous of him. I'm over here like, you know what, YouTube, I'll have some ramen noodles and some chicken when I'm done bitching about it on YouTube, kind of thing. And it's just like, well, fuck Cobra. He thinks he's all that, you know. I really don't think I'm all that, to be honest. If anything, I can relate to Ozzy Osbourne when he says, I'm my biggest critic. Ozzy Osbourne says he's his own biggest critic. I relate to that 1000%. I'll be sitting here making a YouTube video, like, here's some bacon and some, like, mac and cheese. Like, you saw it on my cooking videos when I call myself a fucking retard. And people are just like, hey, Cobra, you're not a retard. You gotta be less hard on yourself. And I'm like, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm over here like, you know, I could be easier on myself and not, like, be so quick to be, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah.
The crew is absolutely great, but how sad it was, after 10 years, that this little man tried to ruin it for everyone.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, Bruce Dickinson can fuck off, this miserable fucking male cunt. And I'm not just saying this because I'm Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, and like Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne are my favorite Hollywood couple. I'm not just saying that because of that. Like, I genuinely think this. It's fucking miserable, YouTube. Like, you know how many people would kill to be on Ozfest? And it's like, okay, so you haven't performed in 10 years. How do you think Ozzy Osbourne feels right now when he's sitting there going, you know, hey, I'm getting over my surgery and I want to perform so fucking bad, but my health kind of thing. You know, that's what kills me about it, to be honest.
Mom just got back from Mexico. So I'll probably jump off this stream right now. And
it's like, you know what? That's what pisses me off about it. I'm not going to hold back anything or how I feel about it because I love Ozzy Osbourne more than life itself. And I get so pissed off when him and his wife are being attacked because, okay, your band isn't as popular.
Cobra's the best to watch right now. I'm still getting shit smoothed out because he literally he repeats himself the entire time, so I don't have to worry too much about missing anything.
Got some ramen noodles.
Except for that puke, but he might throw up again.
When I get
you know,
done making this video,
anything's possible. So 2 throw-ups in one night. He took a nap and just sobered up. It's so crazy how he can do that shit.
Like, Cobra was live. What the fuck happened? And I didn't even realize.
I took a nap. That's what happened.
And then I look up and it's like, oh, look, it stopped going live. I'm like, what the fuck? Fucking shitty ass fucking internet. Like, hey man, I'm not done speaking my mind. You know, I'm not done being outspoken and true to what I gotta say. Kind of thing.
My Xbox just turned off.
Of Ozfest, don't even look at Ozfest as touring, but as its heavy metal summer.
Look, you know, what the fuck is that? You know, fucking, what's his name? Bruce Dickinson, whatever the fuck his cocksucking name is.
God damn.
He doesn't look at Ozfest as touring. You know, like, you want to be a snob about it. I'm like, you know how many fucking musicians...
Touring? He's really talking about
This is the comment that I left on this particular video,
genius.
too. I was like, you know how many musicians would kill to be a part of Ozfest? Even if you don't get to hang out and meet Ozzy Osbourne in person, you know how many fucking musicians would kill to be a part of this? Like, I'm sitting here bitching about this, and my stream cuts out. So I'm like, and I didn't realize it had cut out.
Yeah, his fucking...
Like, wait a minute.
Stream quality is really bad today. It's especially bad.
Camp. Bruce is in fact a jealous prick and very envious. None of his tirades were directed at Sabbath, only Ozzy. Steve Harris personally came to Ozzy and
said, let me ask you this, Bruce Dickinson. I used to have a nasty negative hatred towards Justin Bieber.
Stream quality is really bad today. It's especially bad.
Hating on Justin Bieber isn't gonna make me more popular. It just makes me look like shit, you know. Like, you want to hate on Justin Bieber because he spits on his fans and he's an insufferable fucking Canadian cunt.
Bruce is in fact a jealous prick and very envious.
But dwelling on that is not going to make you any more famous.
Steve Harris personally came to Ozzy and
that's kind of how I feel. Like, I'm legitimately comparing Justin Bieber spitting on his fans to Bruce Dickinson being like, oh man, it's not an actual tour. And I'm like, dude, fuck off. You realize how many fucking musicians
why my
would
auto
love
for
to
my
be
focus
a part
is so
of
off.
Ozfest?
It's good here.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many fucking musicians would kill to be a part of? You know what I'm saying?
In Bernardino and apologized for Bruce's behavior this summer, stating that he and the rest of the band were embarrassed by their own singer. Wow.
That's pretty bad when the rest of Iron Maiden. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many fucking musicians we'd like to apologize because we're embarrassed by our singer kind of thing. You know, I don't give a fuck.
The background's so fucking clear.
Saying that he and the rest of the band were embarrassed by their own singer.
How nasty my trolls are because I literally say to myself, it's not worth it.
Dude, look, even over here, it's so fucked. What is YouTube doing to me? And cobes. I think I heard that unless, I mean, they let you do 1080, but I don't think unless you're affiliated, they cap you at 720. I heard, or like Twitch does, or some shit.
Okay, I know this isn't very entertaining watching Cobra stand up for Ozzy and Sharon. Like, why don't you kiss their ass a little bit more, Cobra?
Guess quality's a little better than cobes.
It's not about kissing Ozzy or Sharon Osbourne's ass. It's about the principle of the matter, YouTube. You know how many people would kill to be a part of Ozfest? Stand up for Ozzy and Sharon. Like, why don't you kiss their ass a little bit more, Cobra?
Oh, I think
we got some beef from, and see, I'm a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna fucking make myself some food while I'm watching. It's not about kissing these videos Sharon Osbourne's ass. It's about the principle of
It's just tripping me out how the background isn't focused.
You know how many people would kill to be a season packets?
Well, not, but it's on my camera. Like, this is focused.
For last. Why don't you kiss their ass a little bit more?
Oh, I think
we got some beef ramen noodles. So I'm gonna fucking. I was going live bitching about this situation, and then I was gonna go off into my JK Rowling rants. But the it is what it is. The season packets can be last. I'm gonna add some water to this.
Tracing too. I don't have too much in-camera shit set up.
Oh snap. So like, okay, I got 3 packets of ramen noodles. I'm gonna add water and I'm gonna microwave these noodles. I'm like, you think Bruce Dickinson to be a bit more grateful, especially after the fact you haven't performed in like 10 years live at the United States. And instead of being like, oh, hey, you know what, it's not an actual live like the way you want it to be kind of thing. Instead of being grateful for that, it's like, oh, hey, you know, it's not an actual live concert, you know, with your actual fans kind of thing. And I'm like, dude, stop. I want to add some water. We're going to microwave these noodles. Like normally you're used to seeing Cobra do some crazy food hack action. But yeah. You know, I'm gonna microwave the noodles, get them nice and soft. Then I'm gonna add my seasoned packets of beef to it. Then I'm gonna add some like chicken breast and maybe some fish to it. And I'll have like a little delicious, you know. But no, YouTube, hold up. I'm all sitting here sipping on my Jack Daniels drink combination, and people are so quick to give me shit about it too. They're just like, oh, Cobra, you threw up. And I'm like, I don't care. That's what you take away from my video is, oh my God, Cobra's an insufferable piece of shit who can't handle his crap. And I'm over here like, you missed the point entirely. It's not about Cobra being able to handle his alcohol. It's about being grateful for the people who give you a chance in life. You know, this is why I love my fans, because they look past my bullshit and my YouTube trolls. This is the meat I'm going to put into my ramen noodles. Some pink salmon and some chicken breast. I'm not gonna put the whole can of pink salmon in there, but just enough to like give it some meat. It's microwaving doing its thing, so just fucking ignore it. But going back to what I was saying earlier, dude, I'm like, you know what? That is some ass backwards bullshit. You know how many musicians would kill to be able to tour on Ozfest, regardless if they're Ozzy's biggest fan or not? And that's the thing of it. I'm not saying that you got to be Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, but at least show some fucking goddamn respect. You know, you're sitting here crapping on Ozzy Osbourne and his wife, and crapping on Ozfest, and crapping on the fans who support it because you're mad because the concert's not a legit fucking tour. And I'm like, gee, I wonder why you haven't fucking had the success you've had, you know. But I got some like E&J Peach. And yeah, I'm sipping on a drink right now. I got 3 seasoned beef ramen noodle packets. So like, okay, yeah, you know what? It's not going to be the fanciest of food hacks. I'm going to microwave it for another 3 minutes, just so those noodles are fully cooked. And then when it goes off and beeps again, I'm gonna fucking drain it like I have been. Take a fork, place it over your noodles, and drain the water, kind of thing. Then you add your seasoned packets. Then you add, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. Got like 3 packs of ramen noodles into one bowl. It's cheap, but it gets the job done. You know. I'm not complaining, to be honest. As a starving musician, I'm not complaining, you know. People notice me, they recognize me, they're like, hey, Cobra, this guy exists. And that's better than nothing, to be honest. But what's this fucking asshole? Bruce Dickinson can fuck off.
Really don't see statements like that anymore. And that same day, Iron Maiden posted a statement seemingly firing back on their site, which wrote in part, quote, Iron Maiden wished to thank all the 45,000 metal fans at Ozfest in San Bernardino on Saturday night for sticking with us and giving us such a great response at the end of a difficult set. It was obvious to all there that we had...
Well, it'd be a little bit less difficult if you weren't crapping on the people who were like, hey, you know what? We don't care if you haven't performed in like 10 years. You know what I'm saying, YouTube? If your band hadn't performed in like 10 goddamn years and you were looking for your next big break, like, you know what I'm saying? You think you'd be a little bit more grateful. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but like that's how I feel about it, YouTube. It's like, as somebody who's one of Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans, I can't begin to picture, you know, performing at Ozfest. And if I did perform at Ozfest, I don't care how big my ego got. I don't care how famous I was. I would personally be like, you know what? Thank you to Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne for letting me perform in Ozfest. And thank you to all the awesome bands who came out to perform. You know, that would be my closing speech every night. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. Even if the band wasn't my cup of tea, I'd still be like, you know what? Thank you for helping me keep Ozzy Osbourne's legacy alive. Oh, we got some ramen noodle action. These ramen noodles are definitely hot and steamy. Maybe that fucking can opener. Here's a big old bowl of ramen noodles to munch out on. 1 second. No, this Bruce Dickens, whatever his name is, fucking Bruce Dickinson, whatever the fuck. He's a fucking miserable cunt, YouTube. You know that? It's like, you know how many people would kill to perform at Ozfest? Even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh hey, Justin Bieber gets signed by a black artist. So here's Justin Bieber making jokes about black people. You know, that's what the equivalent is. Okay, so we're gonna take that beef seasoning. I'm gonna fucking throw it in there. Just sit here and mix. Okay, ramen noodles are cheap and easy to make. Go ahead and stir that around. Beautiful. Excellent. We got some chicken breast. You don't need a can opener for this. Do not need a can opener for this. 1 second, YouTube.
That looks so dead.
I mean, having the chicken mixed with the beef seasoning is pretty tasty. It's not a requirement for me personally, but people love watching me do food hacks. Bruce Dickerson can fuck off. This insufferable piece of shit. There it goes. It came off. Oh, bloody hell, I fucking... the juice all over it. So like now my chair is gonna have pink salmon juice all over it. I'm sure the trolls will love that. Like, so all that chicken breast. Pink salmon. It's so good. Pink salmon. You might think to yourself, oh, that's ridiculous. Cobra, you bastard. So when I take that chicken breast and that pink salmon, like stir the noodles around with our seasoning. Really fucking straightforward, YouTube. If you're poor and you want a filling, delicious meal, or if you're on the road and you don't feel like ordering fast food, you're on the road, you don't feel like ordering fast food. Oh, goodness gracious, YouTube. You got beef ramen noodles with chicken breast and pink salmon. which is a fish, basically. Beautiful. Now we're going to add YouTube. You already know the flavor combination. We're going to take our soy sauce. Two cups of soy sauce. Little teeny tiny cups. Beautiful. So I got a little distracted. I opened up the fish on my chair, and the juice from said fish fucking spilled all over the place. It is what it is. I'll take that liquid smoke and that soy sauce. I want to stir it around. Stir it around into there, YouTube. You fucking wanker scabbing. Stir it around. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a cheap little snack. You got some canned meats, and you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta have cheese on it to make it taste good. That soy sauce mixed with that liquid smoke. I'm sitting here stirring it around. There we go. Got a big ass bowl. And like 2 to 3 packets of ramen noodles. All of a sudden it's like, you know what I'm saying? Big old bowl of fucking whatever this is. Got some beef ramen noodles. My goatee got caught in that fraction.
Oh, fuck, my bad.
Alright, we're good. Big old bowl of ramen noodles. Yummy yummies. But yeah, Bruce Dickinson is being an absolute fucking miserable cunt about the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Yo. YouTube. Delicious. I mixed it with pink salmon, chicken breast, a little bit of liquid smoke, a little bit of soy sauce. I didn't really have the butter or the cheese that I normally mix it with to spice it up, but that's all right. Delicious. Got chunks of pink salmon and chicken. Now, if I get hungry, I'll eat the rest of this as the days go on. But that is fucking delicious, YouTube. Like, got this fucker mixed up. Oh, it's nice and mixed up. I'll put this in the fridge after I take one more bite. It doesn't have to be fancy. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. And that's kind of how I feel about it, YouTube. I can make ramen noodles, like a big old bowl of it, and add like some canned meat to it. And people get into it. They're just like, this is going to be my meal for the remainder of the evening. So I appreciate those of you who are like, Cobra, what you eating tonight? And I'm like, good stuff. It's got a mixture of chicken breast and pink salmon. So it's got plenty of fucking meat to pack in your protein. Plus, like the liquid smoke and the soy sauce combination. It's great. I'm getting off topic because Sharon Osbourne goes off on wild rants about this asshole by the name of Bruce Dickinson. He's this fucking miserable cunt, the lead singer of Iron Maiden. Instead of being like, oh, I'm grateful that Sharon and Ozzy gave me a chance to perform in Ozfest. This is an opportunity that a lot of musicians, god damn it, a lot of music. This is an opportunity a lot of musicians would kill to have, and instead of being grateful for it, considering that, okay, your band hasn't performed in like 10 years. I'll eat the rest of this later when I get hungry. There we are.
Quote, series of unfortunate events throughout.
Okay, Lemony Snickets.
This made it difficult for us to keep our momentum, but your incredible support certainly helped us get through it. We guess it all adds up to a pretty memorable gig, though. You fans pay very good money to be there and deserve to get a full and unhindered performance from all the bands. This was not the case last night. I wanted to give you that.
Well, here's the thing of it, Bruce Dickinson, is you would have most definitely gotten a performance that was unhindered by the people who would have definitely gotten your performance in if you hadn't been talking shit on Ozzy Osbourne for like this whole tour. You know, if you would have gone on your Ozfest tour and been like, oh, you know, I love you, Ozzy. I love you, Sharon. Thank you for allowing my band to tour with me and to tour on this amazing experience. And then if you would have been like, oh, big shout out to all the bands who came out to Ozfest to fucking perform. We're helping keep Ozzy Osbourne's legacy alive. That's most definitely what's up. You know, if you would have been a bit nicer about it, do you think Sharon and them would have fucking egged your ass? And you're sitting there throwing a fit like, I can't believe. And I'm like, dude, you spent the whole entire Ozfest tour talking shit on Ozzy Osbourne after they gave you a chance. They being Sharon and Ozzy, giving you a chance and being like, yeah, you know what? We don't care if your band hasn't performed in like 10 years. You're popular enough. The committee likes you. You're British, just like Ozzy Osbourne. So here you go, kind of thing. And instead of being grateful that they even got considered, the dude sits there and fucking craps on Ozzy Osbourne and his wife the whole fucking tour. And at some point, if I was in Sharon's shoes, I would have done the same thing. You know, like, okay, I would have been like, dude, you fucking miserable cunt. You don't like Ozzy Osbourne, you're not his biggest fan. Okay, well, that's your prerogative. You're jealous of him, that's your prerogative. But if you're at Ozfest, it's your job to perform for your fans. And if like a couple people No, I got the hiccups. Excuse me. Where it's like, oh, well, excuse me. Oh, sure, my fucking audio and video will cut out when I don't ask it to when I'm being regular. But now that I'm sitting here hiccuping like a fucking retard, sitting here like, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, now the camera on my YouTube is not gonna stop. People are fucking predictable. I stand by what I said, dude. Like, you know how many people would kill to be a part of Ozfest? Even if Ozzy Osbourne himself doesn't get to meet you backstage. Who cares? Honestly, in my opinion. The chance to perform in Ozfest for several thousands of metal fans every night. I'd be like, dude, so you do it like 20 times and then boom, you're done, you know? That's so many people who are going, hey, you know what? I went to Ozfest and I checked out this musician named King Cobra. I fucking dig his sound, man. You know, like the opportunity that people have in their short, miserable, sad lives, and they don't even fucking appreciate it. They just, you know what I'm saying? Sharon Osbourne slams Iron Maiden's Bruce Dickinson, and for good reason. This fucking asshole was sitting here crapping on Ozzy Osbourne every night. And I'm like, okay, if you're trying to get fans, that's the kind of crap that makes you look petty, in my honest opinion. Like, oh, okay, so Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne go, well, you haven't performed in 10 months in the United States, so we're going to pay you to do these shows, along with several other amazing, talented musicians. And instead of being grateful, like, well, thank you for keeping my band relevant, we're not worthy, you know, kind of thing. Instead of being like that, it's like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. You know, and they sit there and they shit on Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. And I'm just like, insufferable wanker. That's what Bruce Dickinson is. He's an insufferable asshole.
That's basically
piece of shit. My band relevant. We're not worthy, you know, kind of thing. Instead of being like, I'm like, you know how many people would kill to be as famous right now? They shit on Ozzy and Sharon. I'm famous enough to where if I go live on YouTube, people are going to be like, hey, it's Cobra. But I'm not that famous, you know.
Ground so you can understand just how ugly things got when we discussed this new interview from Sharon calling him a fucking asshole and saying that he is jealous of Ozzy. That is this week. We're talking about something from 2005, and it's clear that the feelings have not dulled in any way, shape, or form.
And that's what kills me about it. It's now 2022. This incident happened in 2005. And instead of Bruce Dickinson being like, hey, you know what? Sharon and Ozzy gave me a chance to perform with my band back in 2005 when, like, you know, people haven't heard us perform in like 10 years. Instead of being like, you know what, I'm grateful for the opportunity, as this is Thanksgiving, the time to be thankful kind of thing. You know, what does he do? It's just like, hey, you know what, Sharon, oh, well, blah, 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 you know, and it's just like, dude, stop. You know how many bands...
Consequence talked to Ozzy and Sharon in a new interview. It's an in-depth interview. It's very good. We've linked to it in the description of this video.
Outside,
so this is what they both had to say.
Freezing
First,
out
Ozzy,
there.
he was asked if he felt he was an underrated singer when compared to other artists like Bruce Dickinson, Rob Halford, and Ronnie James Dio. To which Ozzy
Stream's
responded,
finally looking okay. I forgot my camera in camera.
I've worked with him.
Redid them.
He's not very nice.
That's the thing of it, YouTube. Ozzy Osbourne was asked, even after Bruce Dickinson sat there and crapped on Ozzy Osbourne for the whole entire Ozfest tour kind of thing. Ozzy Osbourne writes, Bruce Dickinson is a great singer, but as a person, I've worked with him and he's not very nice. That just goes to fucking tell you something, YouTube. You could be one of the greatest musicians alive, but if you're a fucking insufferable asshole, most people are going to be like, I don't want to work with that person. And I'm like, it's one thing to be like, you're having a bad day kind of thing, you know. I gotta take a leak. 1 second.
I forgot about the stream. Sorry about the chat. Oh, here's to another insanely scuffed
stream.
stream.
Even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, you know, if you would think at some point, if your band hasn't performed in 10 years, that even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, you would literally, you know, be like a little bit more grateful, to be honest. Fuck Bruce Dickinson. Bruce Dickinson, you fucking miserable wanker. You're a fucking wanker, Bruce Dickinson. Bruce Dickinson, the lead singer of Iron Maiden. You're a bloody fucking wanker.
Oh shit! I feel like
how many fucking
being
bands
waterboarded.
killed to tour with Ozzy and Sharon on Ozfest? And instead of being grateful that after 10 years, people still give a shit about your music, what happens? No, that's not good enough because you don't want to be in a battle of the bands. And I'm like, dude, it's not about battle of the bands. It's about performing for people. People come to see Ozzy Osbourne at Ozfest. They come to see a bunch of heavy metal bands perform. They don't give a fuck who's better or who's worse. You know, it's like, oh, hey, such and such is performing. That's fucking cool. Who's next? That's what Ozfest is about, you know. That's how I see it. It's just like, okay, if you can't get Ozzy Osbourne, or if you get like a brief 10-minute fucking standing ovation for Ozzy, and the rest of the show is just like, you know, less popular musicians, but they're still popular enough to catch Sharon and Ozzy's ear, like. I don't know personally, but you think Bruce Dickinson would grow the fuck up and be a little bit more fucking grateful, because there are so many fucking musicians out there who are way more talented than Bruce Dickinson, who deserve the spots in life that he's had. you know, like if you're gracious enough to be a part of Ozfest, you're not gonna give it. You know what I'm saying? Most people would be like, "Oh, hey, you know, even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, you think to yourself, that doesn't matter. You're part of Ozfest, one of the biggest metal rock and roll things in a hot minute." So, you know, at some point, it's like, you know what I'm saying? You'd be like, "Oh, hey, you know, maybe you should be a bit more appreciative." At the time he was attacking Sharon and Ozzy, it was especially bad because, like I said, Sharon Osbourne had cancer in 2005. And thank Lucifer she beat it, but that's beside the point. I'm like, this woman is going through chemo and cancer, and despite all the odds, is still managing all these bands. Like, okay, you want to come see her husband perform live, then you're gonna have to see these other bands first. And that's what makes Ozfest brilliant, to be honest. Is like you want to see Ozzy himself perform and people just going nuts over Ozzy Osbourne. And it's like, well, hold on a second. These other bands are just as important to a degree, but I would disagree because it's Ozzy Osbourne, dude. All these other bands can suck a fat wanker load. You know what I'm saying? All these fucking assholes can suck a fat load of wanker. That's what I'm saying.
Ronnie James Dio is no longer alive. He was a great singer.
So Ozzy Osbourne responds with, Bruce Dickinson is a great singer, but as a person, I've worked with him and he's not very nice, responded Ozzy Osbourne. Ronnie James Dio is no longer alive. He was a great singer. I don't really know him so well. I'm not one of these guys who says many things about people. The truth is, I met Rodney James Dio a couple of times. He took my Black Sabbath gig, but at the same time, I can't complain because I've done great on my own. Those are words from Ozzy Osbourne himself. Is that, yeah, he might have been a little bit pissed off that Rodney James Dio took his Black Sabbath gig, but he's done so amazing on his own that really it's like, what are you gonna do? You know? It is what it is. You know, and that just shows you that Ozzy Osbourne is a bigger person than this Bruce Dickinson asshole. Because here's Bruce Dickinson crapping on Ozzy Osbourne for the whole entire Ozfest tour, just every night going on stage being like, yeah, well, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like Ozzy comes out and says, I mean, yeah, he's a great singer, but he's not very nice, you know. And then it's just like, that just shows you the kind of person that Ozzy is. That Ozzy Osbourne is more mature than Bruce Dickinson. Because if Ozzy Osbourne would have went off and been like, yeah, fuck Bruce Dickinson, he's a fucking male cunt and blah, blah, blah. Nobody would have been like, how dare you? You know, most people would have been like, hey, you know what? The dude's crapping on you and crapping on Ozfest. You have every right to be pissed off and angry. But Ozzy Osbourne takes the high road and says, and I quote, that Bruce Dickinson is a great singer, but just not the greatest person to work with. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Bruce Dickinson can fuck off. If you're an enemy of Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne, you're definitely an enemy of mine. I'm Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fans. Or one of his biggest fans, I should say. And as far as I'm concerned, Richard, whatever your name is, Bruce, whatever, fucking Iron Maiden's Bruce Dickinson can honestly fuck off. Like, if Ozzy Osbourne hasn't performed in 10 years, people actually give a shit. They're like, what the fuck is Ozzy up to? Nobody gives a shit if Bruce Dickinson stops performing. It's like, oh yeah, outside of his fan base, it's like, oh yeah, you know. It's like, okay, Bruce Dickinson, let me tell you, being jealous of Ozzy Osbourne is not going to get you places. It really isn't. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to get you anything except, oh, look at me, you know.
I know him so well. I'm not one of these guys who says many things about people. The truth is the truth. I met Ronnie James Dio a couple of times. He took my gig, but at the same time, I can't complain because I did great on my own. He added, but
Ozzy continued, but I don't sing for a judge. I sing for my fans. If my fans don't buy my music, that would tell me that my singing isn't any good anymore. But they're still buying my records. I'm my own worst critic. Ozzy, mates, I'll drink to that, man. I am my own worst critic. I feel that 1000%, dude. Like, I'll be sitting here making a cooking video, and then, like, maybe I fuck up when I drop a fork, you know, and, like, I'm trying to work on losing my temper. I don't care if Ozzy signs me or not. I'm tired of fucking losing my temper over stupid shit, to be honest. It gets to a point where it's like, is that even necessary? You know, and like, life could be a lot worse. You know, I'll call myself a retard all the time. Like, nice going. Like, I do something stupid or clumsy or messed up, and I give myself shit for it immediately. I'm a lot harder on myself than my YouTube trolls are harder on me. Ronnie James Dio or Bruce Dickinson, that's not my gig. I don't care. I have fun doing what I do. My goal is to turn my fucking audience on, and that's what I try to do. I'm not interested in someone, and if someone thinks I'm a fucking joke, that's fine. That's their opinion. That's actually really well said. Ozzy Osbourne basically said, I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for my fans. And if someone thinks I'm a joke, well, that's their fucking problem, not mine. And I'm kind of the same way, I'm not gonna lie. I've had several people be like, oh my god, Cobra released another album. It's not, and they don't even give it a chance. Like, maybe it might be decent, you know, they just automatically jump off and go, oh, fuck you, Cobra, that sounds like shit. And it's like, okay, cool. I don't see you making music and putting yourself out there. Even give it a chance. Like maybe it might be decent, you know.
Check.
And that's what I can dig about Ozzy Osbourne. He does it for his fans. It's not about satisfying his ego. It's about, hey, my fans still like watching me perform, and that's most definitely what's up.
I don't sing for a judge. I sing for my fans. If my fans don't buy my music, that would tell me my singing isn't any good anymore. But they're still buying my records. I'm my own worst critic. I don't rate myself more than Ronnie James Dio or Bruce Dickinson. That's not my gig. I don't care. I have fun doing what I do. My goal is to turn my fucking audience on. And that's what I try to do. I'm not interested if someone thinks I'm a fucking
global settings are kind of weird when you have to...
That's exactly how I...
When you download a cable for it to
I actually relate
control Spotify or whatever. I need to just name it Spotify so I don't get so confused.
Who tell me, oh my God, Cobra, way to go. You butchered the Beatles. You fucking asshole. Or like, you know what I'm saying? I don't care if people think I did a horrible job singing. You gotta focus on the people who support you. That's what that message is. To me personally,
maybe like Rotten Pumpkin? 3D Rotten Pumpkin?
Ozzy Osbourne says,
Christmas tree turkey.
Man. If my fans still support me, then that's all that matters. You know, Ozzy's not going to
my side chain, is it working?
All these other singers or musicians. He basically says, hey, if you dig me, cool. If not, fuck off. I don't care. And that's just how it is, you know. I would have kept
check.
my live stream, but for some ungodly reason,
it's not even that bad, really.
People couldn't handle me being
without it. I just like it to duck a little bit.
Like it is.
Chat.
So even though I had the camera on set to go live until I'm done, it doesn't bother me because it's like okay, so it stopped. And at some point, whatever, I could just go live again and continue where I left off. It's not that big of a deal. The people out there who are stopping me from going live are the ones who can't handle me being more famous than they are.
Chat. This, I won't even be high enough for me to need to duck.
I totally feel that. If like your haters think,
hello.
Oh, hey, you suck.
Chat.
That's their opinion. You know, I could care less.
Yeah, my volume isn't even.
Thing. I totally feel that because it's like, why do you want to focus
so high that it really doesn't even make them duck?
Assholes who are crapping on you like, oh, you're a lousy singer, that. And it's just like, okay, well,
make it a little bit more dramatic of a duck.
To which Sharon added, Bruce Dickinson is a fucking prick.
Check,
well, no, he's not a prick because a prick's nice. He's a fucking asshole. Because the situation is, he was on a tour called Ozfest, and Ozzy Osbourne was paying him every night to perform. He accepted the gig. He knew what he was doing.
Exactly my fucking point, Sharon. I'm sitting
here. Check.
You hate Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, Spotify doesn't even really need a duck. I don't even really have to have it on there.
Are you going to accept the gig?
No, or I'm being stupid and I just need to
every night
really make it dramatic
for him, and instead of being like, oh well, you know, if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, why the fuck did you accept the gig? Because your band hasn't toured in 10 fucking years and nobody gives a shit who Iron Maiden is anymore. You know, that's exactly why.
Check.
Because Bruce Dickinson is a miserable fucking wanker.
Oh, I can do this now.
In my opinion. It's like, okay, you're not Ozzy's biggest fan. knew exactly what the fuck you were doing. Okay, Ozzy and Sharon are paying you and your bandmates to go live for at least 20 to 30 minutes or so. You know,
check.
A couple of your songs, then you get off stage, and the next band comes on, kind of thing. So really, it's not that complicated. You pick your most popular songs, you play them on stage, you get off stage. It's not that difficult. The next band comes on, and you say your piece. You're like, hey, you know what? Thank you to Sharon and Ozzy for allowing me to perform with my band in Ozfest.
Chat. Is it even?
Or like, hey,
oh,
sorry to hear Sharon's going through cancer and chemo.
I'm so fucking stupid.
Kind of thing. Instead of being like that and being grateful.
Chat.
G-R-A-T, grateful.
Sorry.
Being humble and grateful that, oh, you haven't performed in 10 years.
All right.
And Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne are like, yeah, we don't care, you're
shit.
a British band. We don't care, you're a British band. You know.
That should be better.
You think outside of your fan base, anyone's gonna give a shit if Bruce Dickinson quits performing?
A little quicker.
Because if you went 10 years without performing and nobody said or gave a shit, then outside of that, no one's gonna care, mate.
So that's cool. We can do that. And I guess the desktop audio isn't. Okay, it's being done. So.
But Ozzy Osbourne stops performing for 10 years. People are
a little bit more dramatically though than I'd like.
Hey, how's Ozzy doing? Sharon, let us know. How's Ozzy?
I guess it's because Cobes' volume is so fucked that it wants to really duck the whole shit.
But you think anyone gives a shit about Bruce?
Check.
Fuck no. He's a miserable fucking male cunt.
Hello. Okay.
And it's like, no appreciation, dude. If you haven't done a full tour in like X amount of years,
one,
and you're missing performing with your band, and then Sharon out of nowhere and says, well, you and your band can perform at Ozfest, but you gotta show up at this time and this date, etc. I'd be like, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I would be bowing down, kissing Sharon and Ozzy's feet, going, thank you for giving us the opportunity. If my band
I think I want to get
plus fucking
another icon here. I want to switch it from
and then out of nowhere Sharon was just like, we don't care.
pumpkin to whatever.
In 10 years we still want to host you. I'd be like, oh, awesome, you know. But no appreciation. That's the thing of it, Bruce Dickinson. You're a miserable fucking ungrateful wanker and you don't appreciate.
Dude, Cobra is hot, dude. Don't talk about his people.
Did the gig. And every night he would go on stage and say bad things about Ozzy.
That's what pissed me off about it. It's like,
Cobra's hot.
Okay, you know, you don't like Ozzy Osbourne, that's your opinion, fine. But like, you're going on stage, bad-mouthing Ozzy Osbourne, even though it's called Ozfest. Like, of all the fucking rotten, dirty cunt bullshit, you know, fucking miserable cunt wanker, bloody bollocks, dude. I'm sitting here going, what? Okay, you and your shitty band haven't performed in 10 years. And Ozzy and Sharon give you the opportunity to be like, hey, you know what? We know you haven't performed in 10 years, but that's okay. We're going to look past that and give you a chance. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being grateful for it, like, oh, hey, thanks, Ozzy and Sharon. You guys are awesome. It's okay, this fucking asshole, fucking wanker cunt, okay, calling Bruce Dickinson a wanker cunt. It's not strong enough, to be honest. You know, even if you're not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, who the fuck are you to fucking be like, oh, hey, even though Ozzy and Sharon are totally giving you and your band a chance to perform after 10 years of not performing or going live with your concert, you have to throw a little diva fit, a little goddamn diva fit, and be like, well, it's not good enough because it just felt like a battle of the bands. And it's like, fuck that. You're here to celebrate Ozzy Osbourne's legacy. You're there to help celebrate rock and roll and to keep music alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can keep your personal opinions about Ozzy Osbourne to yourself, you fucking miserable fucking cunts. I'm sitting here like, are you fucking mental right now? You fucking insufferable, bloody, vaginal belch piece of shit. Instead of being like going on stage every night, and I'm not saying that Bruce Dickinson has to kiss Ozzy's ass, but at the same time, it's like a little bit of gratitude would be appreciated. Like, nobody gives a fuck about Iron Maiden, and then fucking out of nowhere, Sharon says, hey, me and my committee say you're a fellow British musician type band, you know, so we want to feature you in Ozfest. Instead of being like, oh, thank you, Sharon and Ozzy, for, you know what I'm saying? Instead of being grateful that, oh, hey, look, Bruce Dickinson went on stage every night during Ozfest and would belittle Ozzy Osbourne. I'm like, honestly, I want to punch Bruce Dickinson in the face. Talking shit on Ozzy Osbourne. You're sitting there literally during Ozfest, all these amazing bands who are performing, and instead of being grateful that you're a part of it and that Ozzy and Sharon are helping you stay relevant, instead of being like, oh, hey, thanks for the opportunity to keep my music going kind of thing, it's, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucking truth, dude. He sat there bad-mouthing Ozzy Osbourne every night since he started Ozfest. And Sharon had enough. Can't say I blame her. You know, it's like when Justin Bieber gets signed by a black musician and he's sitting there making jokes about Negroes. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Here we go. Look. Is a cunt.
Like, fuck Bruce Dickinson. He can suck the Queen's rotting minge for all I care. He's an insufferable fucking wanker cunt, he is.
He is.
I'm not just saying this because I'm Ozzy Osbourne's biggest autistic fan. I'm generally serious. Like, you know how many fucking musicians would love to be a part of Ozfest? You know, to have so much fame and recognition that if you tour with Ozzy on Ozfest, people recognize you and they're like, hey, must be nice to be so fucking famous you don't give a shit. Like, oh yeah, you know, fuck Ozzy as far as you're concerned, right?
He's so
fuck you is what
tilted.
I have to say to that.
Holy shit, he is genuinely like afflicted. He's like did violence on him by saying that stuff about Ozzy.
And the crew and everybody in all the other bands would be like, are you going to let him get away with it? And I'm like, I sure am. But the last gig was LA, and I thought, you motherfucker, now you're gonna get it.
People are asking Sharon Osbourne, hey, you
I still gotta find that new computer. Fuck.
You can get away with this crap.
Wasting the night. I should be looking for that shit.
Every fucking night sitting there trashing Ozzy Osbourne, and it's like, okay, who the fuck are you? If Bruce Dickinson started his own goddamn reality
he's
show,
mad.
nobody would give a shit. They'd be like, who the fuck is Bruce Dickinson? Oh, he's the lead singer of...
Yeah, you see, he's sipping and he's ramping up as he gets drunker. He's getting more like irate about... He's getting angry all over again.
He's no Danny Filth. He's no Ozzy Osbourne, so who gives a shit? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you don't see Danny Filth. You know, I'm not trying to spurg here, but you don't see Danny Filth, the lead singer of Cradle of Filth, pulling this shit. You know, like if Danny Filth got to tour with Ozzy Osbourne on Ozfest, I'm pretty sure it'd be just the fucking greatest experience ever. If I went to Ozfest and saw Cradle of Filth, and then I saw Ozzy Osbourne afterwards, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd be like, yeah! You know, I'd be like, I got to see Danny Filth and Ozzy Osbourne in concert. I would be beyond static. I'd be like, stoked, dude. From here to the moon and back. I would
beyond
be stoked.
static.
I'd be like, bros.
I would be beyond static too.
You know what I'm saying? And if Danny Filth started going off about this crap, it would be the same response that I'm giving Bruce Dickinson, to be honest. Shit. Hiccups.
I'd be beyond static.
And it's like, could you imagine for one bloody goddamn second if you were in Sharon's position, you know, you're suffering from cancer and some dickhead's crapping on your other half? You would be a little pissed about it, to be honest.
This is Josh's hardest stream to listen to yet. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This is a horrible stream. Just honestly, because of Cobra,
okay,
but
enough's enough.
Usually a lot more entertaining. He said he's puked. Honestly, it's not that bad.
Been crapping on
now that I'm thinking about it, he puked.
Since
he's infuriated.
Started back in 2005.
He's repeated himself for a lot longer too. I can't remember what the last thing he did where he repeated and repeated and repeated for fucking...
who cares what anyone has to think or say, kind of thing, you know.
I can't remember. I gotta remember that. Find that video or whatever, that stream of his where he's literally repeating the same thing for like 11 hours or some crazy shit.
At some point, you'd be a little bit more grateful, like, oh, hey. But this Bruce Dickinson piece of shit is the absolute worst YouTube. You're still going?
I don't even think it's that he doesn't have content. I think it's he just fixates so hard that he can't come out of it, dude. It's crazy.
Cut out of nowhere.
Like, he has plenty of other shit to, plenty. I mean, he's always got other stuff to go on about, but
people aren't hearing my
he's
voice.
Really touched by this.
So I had about 20 people in the audience, and a lot of them were nurses from Cedars-Sinai because I had cancer at the time, and they were my chemo nurses.
That's pretty sad. Osbourne has to hire her nurses to teach this guy a lesson. See, even if that's the thing of it, and this is what makes me more mature than Bruce Dickinson, is if Justin Bieber had a a concert.
I think I'm gonna hop off for a little bit and come back online in a little while. While it's still early, come on, do some FL Studio stuff. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna eat probably and
as Ozzy Osbourne famously said,
say hi to my mom. She's been gone when she went to Mexico or whatever, so tell her what's up.
The beat is not my type. If I was featured,
and yeah, before I
playing my music,
tear this thing back down, this setup down, I'm gonna, like I said, I want to do one more proper FL stream or whatever before I have to wait a little while before I can stream again, so yeah.
No, it's the truth, because I'm just like, what? That being said,
finish this bowl here though.
Justin Bieber, he was just like, hey, I need you to play a concert for me. I tell him to fuck off. They're like, yeah, I don't need.
I need to retitle this stream, honestly.
So like, if Bruce
troubleshooting stream
was such a piece of shit that he's just like, he doesn't like Ozzy Osbourne, then like, why the fuck sign up for Ozfest? You know, because you haven't performed in 10 years and you're missing the experience. You're just like.
They all came down and they fucking pelted the shit out of them. Wow, I can't believe she's admitting this. She continued, and my thing is, you play, you pay. And the thing is, if you're being paid to do a gig, but you don't like the person, then fuck off.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Sharon. 100%. You're being paid to do the gig, but if you don't like the person, that's
at least I fixed that, my auto.
Then keep your opinions to yourself and fuck off. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you haven't performed in 10 fucking years. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking miserable. Like, you know how many people would kill to be signed by Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne? Let alone to be signed to play Ozfest.
His quality is so fucked.
You know.
I mean, that's his trademark, but I feel like it's extra bad today. I think it's because it's gotta be because I'm focusing on my own stream quality. I'm realizing how lo-fi his shit really truly is.
You know, if you haven't played in 10 years, you haven't played a gig for the United States. And then out of nowhere, Sharon and Ozzy are like, hey, you want to help us headline Ozfest? Even if if Bruce Dickinson is jealous of Ozzy Osbourne, why the fuck did you sign up for Ozfest? That's what I'm saying, dude.
Cobra's insane too. He's
saying, mate.
Like,
is like, oh,
the moment that I turn this stream off, he's like Schrodinger's cat or whatever. The minute I turn this shit off,
sign up for Ozfest.
It will get exciting, and I've been watching him for hours already.
Cunts.
I mean, he did some cool shit earlier where I puked,
Don't say take the money.
That's the magic in Cobras.
Your band, they're being on a festival, doing
so repetitive for so long,
snagging the person that's paying,
and then suddenly he just
like,
fucking
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Eats shit.
Like, okay, Iron Maiden is a part of 24 shows, you know, across the entire United States. Ozfest. You're being paid to do Ozfest, and then you're slagging the asshole who fucks you on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not even fucking you. That's just the point. Like, they're giving you a fucking chance, and you slag them on it.
You slag them.
My words mixed up here. But that's the truth, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, you know what? You want to fucking crap on Ozzy Osbourne for, like, hiring you? Could you imagine? Like, when Justin Bieber got signed by a black artist, he's sitting there making jokes about black people. You know the joke I'm talking about? The chainsaw joke? It's like...
Don't do it, Cobra, you fucking idiot.
Why do black people hate chainsaws? because of the sound it makes. Run,
no.
N-word, 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 N-word,
Cobra,
N-word.
you fuck.
And I'm like, that's stupid and lame. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, stop.
Me too, Cobra.
Ozzy Osbourne gives you a chance to perform in Ozfest, and instead of being a little bit more grateful, you sit there and shit on the man. I'm like, that's what pissed me off about it. You know, Bruce Dickinson is, you know how many people would love to be a part of Ozfest?
Bruce Dickinson.
I'm not
whatever your name is. That's even your real name.
Like, normally I have glasses that I wear that have my prescription that allow me to see. Right now I'm putting on the Ozzy glasses that I have on right now for strictly for effects. You know.
Oh, that makes you a fucking asshole, and he is. And he
That's beyond fucking asshole. I completely agree with Sharon. I'm not just saying that because I love Ozzy Osbourne and his wife, and I worship the ground they walk on. That's beside the point. You know, I don't care who it is. If, like, Ozzy Osbourne signs you to do Ozfest and play with all these amazing bands, and you go...
Okay, is it ducking now? Has it been ducking? Check. Oh, it's ducking no matter what.
He never went up and said hello to Ozzy. The thing about him is that he's just so jealous and always had.
What? Okay, a lot of.
Why don't I hear it ducking though?
Famous as Ozzy Osbourne. You look like a jealous wanker, to be honest.
Of Ozzy, and that's his problem. Because the thing is about Bruce Dickinson,
check.
Successful. He's got a great fan base. A great fan base that has been loyal. The band are great guys.
Well, I guess it ducks in the stream, but it's not ducking
you know,
the way it's spotted. Oh, it's because I have the fucking cable.
And neither would I take that away from them. But the thing about Bruce is, he is unknown to the public. Bruce Dickinson could walk into anywhere and nobody would know who the fuck he is. Do you know what I'm saying? He's a faceless singer to the general public because people aren't scrambling to get him for an interview. And the thing is, he's not interesting. But the thing is, Ozzy is original and Bruce isn't. And that's what eats Bruce away.
No fucking shit. I could not have said it better myself. You know, I'm not just doing this because Ozzy Osbourne's one of my idols next to Danny Filth, you know. That's the fucking truth of the matter. If Ozzy Osbourne and his lovely wife Sharon signs you to do Ozfest, you know, if you're not Ozzy's biggest fan, the least you could do is be like, hey, you know what? I want to say thank you to my fans for coming out to see Iron Maiden at Ozfest, and if you would have left it at that, he wouldn't have gotten pelted with eggs. But it's like you spend your entire Ozfest tour trashing the man.
Check.
Shitty band performed. Nobody gives a fuck about Iron Maiden outside of your fucking shitty fan base. And Sharon gave you an opportunity to go out there and perform after 10 years of silence. You sit there and shit on Ozzy every night. And you think Sharon's going to put up with that? You think Sharon's going to put up with that? Especially at the time when she's struggling with her own cancer on top of it. You know, back in 2005, Sharon was going through cancer and cancer treatment. And thank Lucifer she beat it. You know, Sharon's just as tough as Ozzy Osbourne, in my opinion. She beat her cancer and she beat COVID-19. So fuck off with all these haters. It's like, it's ridiculous, dude. Instead of being like, oh hey, you know, Sharon, Ozzy, thank you for giving me an opportunity, you know, to keep my music alive. You know, you'd think that Bruce Dickinson would be a little bit more grateful and like check your ego at the door. And exactly what they just got done saying is the truth, dude. The Ozzy Osbourne's more popular than Bruce Dickinson, and really it's not a competition, to be honest. That's what's great about Ozzy Osbourne, is he doesn't care if you're a better singer or you're more popular. You know what I'm saying? All he cares about is if his legit fans still worship the ground he walks on and listen to his music. You know, and I'm not saying they have to worship the ground he walks on, but
yeah, they're on one track now, so they're both gonna duck.
If they still listen to me perform, then I've still got an
That's
audience.
what's up. Now I can hear it ducking. Check.
That is one of the most hardcore interviews I think I have ever read on this channel, to be completely honest with you. That's the thing about
I don't even think it was it was ducking on the meter, but I don't know if it was actually ducking because I didn't have it
as though he was disrespectful
going through a cable.
Okay, you know what? Fuck that. If you don't agree with Sharon Osbourne, that's your...
I'm gonna have to go look at this to make sure everything's coming through still,
matter, dude. Okay, look at that now. I got two glasses on. Ha 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 ha. Look at that. Now I can see with my Aussie shades on.
Yeah, please don't
Love
be
it.
fucked up. Please.
Ozzy very much. And you know, Bruce is also a legend. I don't know what happened backstage. We don't know whether or not they're...
Oh, fuck Bruce Dickinson. I don't give a fuck that now I got two glasses on. How legendary he is. You know what I'm saying? If you're fighting with Sharon or Ozzy...
Yeah, please don't be fucked up.
Was going through cancer and cancer treatment. And thank Lucifer she beat it. You know, Sharon's just as tough as Ozzy Osbourne, in my opinion. She beat her cancer and she beat COVID-19. So fuck off with all these haters. It's like, it's ridiculous, dude. Instead of being like, oh hey, you know, Sharon, you know, to keep my music alive. You know, you'd think that Bruce Dickinson would be a little bit more grateful and like check your ego at the door. And exactly what they just got done saying is the truth, dude.
So the audio's mad loud now.
Osbourne, your enemies of my favorite Hollywood couple. Okay, then as far as I'm concerned, you're an enemy of mine, and you're an enemy of Cobra Cult. You know what I'm saying?
Some sort of disrespect, but for them to react as strongly as they did against him, it's clear that they felt that he was obviously disrespectful to Ozzy.
Well, what else are you supposed to call it, mate?
I think that is good. Is everything ducking still?
Like, okay, if you sit here,
the fuck?
You get hired to play Ozfest.
Oh right, everything's on track.
Different musicians, and instead of being grateful every night, you go.
So I guess the higher I have it.
Crap on Ozzy Osbourne. What else are they supposed to think, dude?
And you don't really see people as outspoken as the Osbournes are anymore. And that is something that Sharon has done well. They have done very well.
That's because you're not allowed to speak out and share your opinion. You know, the reason that's and like check your
Check.
That is one of the most hardcore interviews I think I have ever read on this channel, to be completely honest with you. That's the thing about
I don't even think it was it was ducking on the meter, but I don't know if it was actually ducking because I didn't have it
as though he was disrespectful
going through a cable.
Okay, you know. Ha 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 ha. As I'm concerned, you're an enemy of mine, and you're an enemy of Cobra cults. You know what I'm saying?
Oh right, everything's so on track.
Different musicians, and instead of being grateful every night, you go.
So I guess the higher I have it.
Crap on Ozzy Osbourne. What else are they supposed to think, dude?
And you don't really see people as outspoken as the Osbournes are anymore. And that is something that Sharon has done well. They have done very well.
That's because you're not allowed to speak and share your opinion. You know, the reason that's and like check your
check.
Help us headline Ozfest. Supposed to call it, mate.
Think that is good. Is everything ducking still?
Okay, if you sit here.
The fuck?
You get hired to
check.
That is one of the most hardcore interviews I think I have ever read.
You're an enemy of mine, and you're an enemy of Cobra cults. You know what I'm supposed to think, dude?
And you don't really see people as outspoken as the Osbournes are
because
still.
Okay, if you sit here,
the fuck?
You get hired.
Check.
You're an enemy of mine, and you're an enemy of Cobra cults. You know what I'm supposed to think, dude?
Alright, I think my audio is good. Good enough.
Just save it. Post anyways. Oh, keep comments respectful. Fuck you, YouTube. You fucking fuck you, YouTube. You want to sit here and be like, keep comments respectful. It's like, what about all the fucking assholes who sit here and impersonate me on everyone else's fucking stream? You know, you sit here and impersonate my ass on Crystal's stream. And it's like, how fucking miserable. You're so jealous of King Cobra. You want that fame and success that he has. But, okay, so I edited the thing. It says, fuck Bruce. You don't disrespect Ozzy, especially when he gives you a chance. After 10 years of not performing, I know a lot of metal musicians, including myself, that would love to perform an Ozfest. So I fully agree with Sharon. Ozzy is one of my idols, man. Fuck Bruce Dickinson, ungrateful piece of shit.
Man.
That's just enough said.
Man. I was supposed to get off like an hour ago already.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not just the.
Sess is getting this sound right.
It's like.
I think I've got it.
Going great. That's what it is, dude. If you're
as far as the ducking and stuff, now I just need to turn the individual Spotify up or down a little bit depending on.
Okay, after 10 years of not performing,
how loud the stream comes out.
Saying we're gonna look past that. Instead of being like, okay, Iron Maiden. Instead of looking past.
What is he fucking drinking?
Like, you and Ozzy are both British. Instead of focusing on what makes you similar, you focus on your differences for whatever ungodly reason. I'm like, fuck Bruce Dickinson, fuck his cunt of a mother, and fuck his family, and fuck Iron Maiden. You know, that's as far as I'm concerned. That's how I feel about it. Ugh. Do I have to watch the rants that Sharon goes off on? Not really. I'd watch it because I love Ozzy Osbourne. And Sharon's a badass woman. So
Hello.
I'd watch it just for that. But honestly, I completely agree with everything Sharon has said in her rant against Bruce Dickinson. And then kind of adding my own take on it. It's like, hey, you know what?
Slimy bitch.
If your band hasn't performed
So the fucking piece that I got didn't work
in like 10 years.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to exchange a computer for one that has 3.0 on it. Because if I try to replace it myself and fuck it up, the warranty will be voided, whatever.
But that's just my opinion.
It worked. The thing worked, except it didn't split the 3 sources. It was all on one bus.
Thank you, Mark,
what, for my computer?
Donation to my PayPal. I appreciate it.
No, that shit was like some Amazon Basics. I think she'll just keep it because it's pink. She'll find some use for it, even though she'll never have a reason to use it. Well, it's like you can charge. It's a charging hub too. Who the fuck wants to charge? I mean, has blue 3.0 USB because it's supposed to be for hard drives.
Thank you for your
data transfer
donation to PayPal.
But it doesn't. You can't source out each 3 individual slot of USB. You know, it just acts all as one source. So when I was putting it in, when I was trying to add another source, it wouldn't show up because it was only on that single Type C slot. So having 3, it's just fucking.
Yes, I shall
utility.
do that. Check out my Cash app and give some shout outs.
So yeah, I just spent the last few hours here sitting, adjusting on my audio, on my camera, and everything.
Holy shit,
you should go look at my stream right now. It looks fucking clean.
That's beautiful. I love it.
And the audio is good. I fixed the ducking, so the music and yeah, Cobra's got his stream on right now, or his chat on, so I'm just sitting there watching.
Thank you for your $2.
I was about to, or I am about to end the stream, and my mom came back from Mexico, so I'm gonna talk to her for a little bit and eat something.
There you go.
I'll hop on. We could play some. I'll play some Vampire Survivors or whatever. And this can just be my stream for the day, you know?
Thank you for your $10 donation.
I think I wanted to get on a little later and do some FL Studio stuff, honestly. Before I wrap this thing up and, like, break it down, you know? Tear it down. Because I gotta open it up and take that RAM out and put the old RAM back in. I gotta do a factory reset, too. I gotta take all my shit off of it.
Patrick, thank you for your $1 donation.
I might just wait till the morning. Like I said, if I'm in the stream, I'll just save that for tomorrow.
Reviews on Reddit. That just shows you.
Shop for a new one or one, a similar one with the 3.0 that I can exchange it for.
Where do my trolls live? And then try to leave
fake
reviews, pretending to be their neighbors to fuck with them.
Phone, really. I don't know.
That just shows you I win, dude.
Just want to get one on the way over here. You know what I mean? Replace this shit as quickly as possible. Again,
with a $1 donation, says working on getting the King Cobra JFS sub.
Especially now how I know how most all this shit works. Man. I'm not so intimidated. Like I
don't give a fuck what they do on the
switch over to it once I log into a machine or whatever.
Otherwise, you wouldn't try so hard to fuck with me, you know. But yeah, my YouTube trolls need to get arrested, and they need to have their.
Are you watching Cobra?
To be honest, because they've gone
by chance,
far with it several times.
He's having one of those days where he's on broken record mode.
You know,
he's repeating the same sentiment for the last since I've been on, and then since this is
what it is.
The stream that I'm doing right now is a restart too. So before that, I was already streaming him. Oh no, I'm lying. I wasn't, but he was already. He was talking about Ozzy and Sharon and some guy that talked shit on them. But when I started this stream fucking however many hours ago, or when I ended the one before I started this one, he was already, I was already kind of like watching it. And I was like, oh shit, Cobra's live. I'm gonna, switch to my PC because it doesn't flicker. And he's been on the same shit.
I leave a comment on the video and you comment.
Oh yeah, you should see the chat is like
pathetic. You wouldn't give a shit if Cobra hadn't just responded to that comment live.
Yeah, he's furious right now, that guy.
You know what I'm saying?
He's mad at
Osborne are awesome.
Dick or someone named.
I'm one of Ozzy.
Yeah, I don't know the story, the drama behind it, but he's really upset.
Comment that because Cobra hates sickos more than he loves Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne, and then sit there like, oh hey,
Is that just hair? No. Oh, it's a rubber band. Okay. It's got like hair singing off of it.
Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne hate sickos as much as I do, to be honest, and your comments is so fucking bloody stupid. Your obsession with hating King Cobra and King Cobra being something he's not, kind of thing.
I don't know how he has the energy to stonewall the trolls like for hours and hours,
Richard,
like he does.
Whatever his fucking name is. It's sadder than.
Gotta be draining.
Bruce Dickinson, to be honest. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? It's what it is, dude. It's like sitting here going, oh, hey, Cobra's Ozzy's biggest fan, so let's sit here and talk shit on Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne just to get a reaction on his live video right now. Like, good job. Your life is more meaningless than Bruce Dickinson's life. And that's a real accomplishment, let me tell you. Thank you, Boris, for your $1 donation in cash.
Yeah, man. I was sitting here with TJ earlier. That thing showed up a little bit before he got here, and I was just sitting there thinking that I was going to plug it in and everything was going to be smooth sailing.
Scott, thank you for your $2 donation to Cash App. A shout out to Mr. Fusion TV.
But it did force me to go into my OBS and like make sure everything was really on point.
Some donations that I got prior to
and I'm pretty sure it's cloud stored, so
I appreciate
that. Maybe not.
Oh fuck.
But I think they're saved on there. They have like a local or a cloud-based site or whatever. So your builds will stay there. I hope.
Cameron, thank you for your $10 donation. Got cool witch stuff. Salem, how can I get it to you? Send it to my P.O. box, which is in the description box of all my videos. Yeah, man. $5.59 via PayPal. Look at that. I don't give a shit. The trolls I hear are getting a hold of Bruce and telling him you're Ozzy stalker. They are talking about it on the subreddit. That's because my trolls are fucking losers.
I'll be back too.
They're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love Ozzy Osbourne, but there's a line I don't personally cross. So just ignore the trolls. Just wanted to give you a heads up. You know, here's the thing of it, Paul. Thank you for your $2 donation to PayPal. But I personally do not give a shit what my trolls are doing. They are miserable, stalker-obsessed assholes. They want to accuse me of stalking Ellen Knight or stalking Ozzy Osbourne. And it's like, look who's talking. You'll sit there and stalk them because I either know them, associate with them, or I'm a fan of their work. And it's beyond pathetic. Shout out to J-Man55. He's your biggest fan. Thank you, Colton, for your $1 donation to PayPal. I appreciate it. Like, the assholes who are accusing me of stalking are the ones actually doing it, so it's kind of pathetic, to be honest. And thank you, Mark, for your $1 donation to PayPal. I appreciate it. If you want to send me a package, send it to my P.O. box, and I'll get to it when I can and unbox it when I can. Shout out to Xavier from Jordan. Thank you for your $2 donation via Cash App. No, I don't gotta watch the interview that Sharon Osbourne did. I already know I'm gonna fully agree with everything she says, not just because I'm Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan, but like fucking, you know what I'm saying? Oh boy, excuse me.
What the hell, my party audio's not coming through.
I got another rant coming up, and we'll do that here in a second. But for now, I wanna say thank you for watching, and long live Ozzy fucking Osbourne, and fuck Bruce Dickinson, whatever his fucking name is. Yeah.
There you go. That should do it. Hello? Oh, I guess your mic's echoing a little bit. You there? Oh shit, there's an echo I can figure out. Hello? Damn. What the fuck was it? Your fucking audio is not coming out of my stream, I don't think. Sure. Okay, I think I might have just fixed it. How much did you make? shit. I'm stupid. Okay, I think I fixed it. Yet again. So don't say no crazy shit. I think I fucking did it. Hold on, my mom was knocking. You there? Did you walk away? Hello, is my mic muted now? Hello? No, not muted. Alright. Hello. My mic must be muted on this party. Are you there? Hello? You there? My bad, I had my shit switched out. I'm trying to get you on here. I think I got it though. Can you hear yourself? Okay, I think that should do it.
Don't talk to me like
My bad, I had my shit switched out. I'm trying to get you on here. I think I got it though. Can you hear yourself? Okay, I think that should do it.
oh no, I don't do it. Don't talk to me like oh yeah, I guess so.
Alright, cool. Say a few more things to make sure I re-fuck it up. My bad, I had my shit switched out.
Hello. One on base one.
I'm trying to get you on here. I think I got it though. Can you hear yourself? Okay, I think that should do it.
Oh no, I don't do it.
I might eat right now or whatever and end the stream and hop on my console, I guess. And maybe come back on here later tonight and do like a Night Owl music stream or something.
Oh yeah.
I'll sit here and chat though, but I'm gonna end this fucking piece of shit. Now that everything's, my audio's good, my camera is nice and yellowy and cool, warm. I want to find another little 3D thing to replace this with, maybe a turkey or something.
What?
My little
the pumpkin?
yeah. I want to like put like a Christmas tree. I was thinking it'd be funny to put like a rotten pumpkin, you know? People either, but that would just be too cute.
Just find you one of those like dancing little stripper chicks.
That'd be cool. Find me one. Help me out. All you gotta do is just look up PNGs. 3D media file. Need you to help me mod my shit out, bro. Like for my alerts, I only have this dumbass. Where is it even? Oh, wrong button.
Male stripper PNG.
See, I need like good graphics for these little subscriptions and. After I get some assets for those for my alerts, I'll pretty much have everything. And I could always redesign it to make it a little bit more or whatever, but there's only so much you could do with the layout when you're capturing the screen, you know. I do want to get a green screen though. You're right about that. I want to key out all this fucking background, honestly. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'll be like, oh god, now I have to see all I see is myself.
Wherever you go, take Dove Large Promises with you.
Dior Forever. The new generation clean foundation.
This channel's sick. They don't put any music on their edits. It's just like iPhone edits that have no music, no sound. Or they have sound.
Yeah.
Music. What the fuck? Who is that? that face on? Is that Freddy Krueger?
No, it's Freddy Krueger on Jay Leno.
Oh, okay. He's in the garage.
Yeah,
Or was that they had an episode with that, or what?
No, because 2 days ago, it's best caption wins go.
Hmm.
And yesterday he was in that fire, like burned his face all up.
Yeah, you told me about that. God damn. Yeah, I missed completely. Went over my head. Shit.
Apparently he was sprayed with gasoline.
Can you do your best impression real quick of him? Like, just say, let me give you the lines. Gasoline. I'm being sprayed in the face with gasoline. But, yeah, just take it from there. Jay Leno.
I don't.
You don't have what? You don't have a good impression.
I gotta think about it.
I know you do.
I just.
If you can do, it's like Truman Capote, but just way more alpha. Do your Truman, but do alpha version of Truman Capote. In New York, alpha.
Yeah, I can't do it.
You can't do your big. It's because it's got that weird tongue and jaw. Yeah.
Because it's fucking. It's this.
Your little mouth won't let you do it.
It's not like a high, like, you know. It's like in the middle.
It's like pinched, yeah.
See, I can't really. Because you gotta add the.
I can't do it either. Yeah, you're right. It's like
too much.
I go into falsetto if I even try it.
Like I can hear, I hear people do his voice all the time. It's like people that's like been around him, you know, his friends.
It just goes to show that impersonation, or impressions it's like an actual skill. Like Nick Mullen's like badass fucking impersonator, not impression.
It's Jay Leno, you know, because he's got the. If you got New York accent, you can pretty much do
all kinds of shit with your voice.
You know, 45% of Hollywood or anybody.
Yeah.
Same thing if you have a California accent, which can go all over the place. You can do a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure if you spend any amount of time in New York and even get a little bit of that, like you said, they have a crazy
like Nick Mullins doing fucking Livia Soprano. H, why is your father bringing me gay sex to me in my nursing home? Ah, shut the fuck up and enjoy the gay porn.
He mixes them up. Sometimes he'll do some crazy shit. He'll do like a Asian Chola. Fucking crazy, dude. Like, get really Baroque, as he says. He likes to say. It's a real art form, bro.
The Adam Friedland show. Shit's hilarious.
Dude, they put so much money into it.
I watched one episode, and it's like,
yeah, it's gonna take some getting used to for sure.
The early episode, and it's just them sitting on like 2 metal chairs.
Yeah, when they're interviewing the people.
And Adam's all like, Adam's always like, Nick, are you ready? He's like, I thought I was, but I'm not. I'm almost done. And he comes in. I was like, are you ready? He's like, no, not really.
What's crazy is like imagine how much more chaotic it would be if they were live. They used to do, I think, when COVID was happening, they were live streaming their podcasts. I mean, it wasn't crazy, but like, yeah, just imagine how much.
Yeah, it was just them on fucking Zoom or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was the wave or whatever. But Nick hated it. I feel
bad for Adam though. Doing the podcast circuit, and then on the biggest podcast that they could be on, they didn't even talk about the podcast that much. They just talked about Adam shitting his pants the whole time.
When? What are you talking about?
I forgot what podcast it was, but yeah, Adam was just talking about how many times he shits his pants.
That's like one of his One of his tricks.
I think the longest one he talks about is when he was on a date or something, and he was wearing these like silk white pants, and he just, you know, he's Jewish. He's Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi.
He's that. Don't hurt me. I'm a Jew.
Fiddlesticks.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I think I'm gonna fuck my
What was the guy's name on Rocko's Modern Life? Norbert. Norbert. That was so crazy when they would have characters like that. I feel like I have a book right now. It's
Hell
like
yeah.
showing probably. Yeah.
Don't give that bitch a credit.
Well, shit. On that note, I guess I'm gonna end this fucking 3-hour troubleshoot stream, and I'm gonna go to my console and play some Vampire Survivors and eat dinner, and then I'll probably switch back over here later tonight or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna go offline for the gaming. I'll be just chilling. So I'm distracted. I've been on here all fucking day. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna jump at the parties and end this stream real quick.
Alright, well, stop talking like you're gonna end the stream.
Alright, monsters, my monsters. Later.